Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God. When this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come on. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Landry. Together we have shown the power of the politics of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can
Parties daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How are we doing? I'm sorry I'm so late. Decided to take one more trip with stuff over to my partner's place, soon to be our place. And, time makes fools of us all. Hello, Kiva Indifer. Hello, Cute to Dark Arts. Hello, Progressively Independent. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Lippert. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Affirmation Man. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Selena Mary. Thank you. I thought this would be nice. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, what? Hello, ACAD includes Tone, please. Hello, how we doing, Superjet Guy? Sorry, Superjet Guy. Hello, Canna Bob Rex. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Jay. Hello, the Knifiest Duck. Can you talk about your favorite snack? I don't know that she'd appreciate that. Hello, Alan Smith. Hello, Snogan. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Double Chinsey. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Hello, Mikla. Hello, Default X. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Mithril Miss. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Not Smirt. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Jazz Dog. You said Snoogan like Hadouken? I did, and that is intentional. I say it that way every time. That's the first amongst you who has commented on it. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Priscilla. I live you all very much. I live you all very much too, Priscilla. Hello, Paladin Lost. Fancy meeting you here as well. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. How we doing, folks? I was in an interview to be on my city council? Fuck yeah, Nine-Tailed Witch. Get that bread and that power. Power bread. Let's go. Dan of the internet and Matt from Left Past 10 started geeking out over Riverboat Jack and my fan heart exploded. Wait, really? I love Dan from the internet. Y'all should go follow him. Bred by power. Now we're getting into different territory. Power bread, is that I feel like there's actually a brand of bread called Power bread. Yeah. There you go, Van Briggs. In RimWorld, my fisherman caught an Arcotech arm. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool as fuck. Uh, I don't really have a favorite snack. I don't like snacking that much. Like, I will do it, of course, but like, part of my problem is that I have very poor impulse control around food. And like, if there's like a bowl of candy, I will try and eat that entire bowl of candy. So like snack foods, I just tend to like try and avoid as like an option. In favor of just disgustingly large meals. I like being able to eat a lot of food. It's nice. Are you a foodie? I wouldn't say I'm a foodie at all. Like, I don't care if food is fancy. I don't care if it's presented well. I care if it's delicious, you know? And I'm starting to care a little bit more if it's nutritious too. But if I can get delicious and nutritious, I do not give a rat's ass what it looks like on a plate. Yeah, Snuggle Kitten. I've been really enjoying RimWorld Odyssey. If you were in a hot dog eating contest, your name would be River Bloatjack. Oh god, I don't think I could do an eating contest. You know, when I was younger, I would have been like, "Fuck yeah, I can do an eating contest." I can't do that now. I will just I will just vomit. Yeah, Priscilla, maybe that's what I was thinking of. Hey, Cactus Uncle. All right, folks. Not with that. You're right. Maybe I'm the next. I'm but a slumbering Kobayashi, the hot dog man. Thoughts, Jack? What are your thoughts on Kamala Harris releasing a book and getting ready for round 3? Ah, fuck. Though that's my thoughts in a nutshell. Okay, like if I really don't want her to run again. I really don't want that. I don't think she can be the vehicle, and I think she kind of proved that. But I know some people were really celebrating that she's not running for governor of California. And honestly, I think that's a huge L for all of us because it does mean that she's going to try and run again for president. And I can't. Please, for the love of God, we need enough of us to mobilize to knock her out of the primary. We need to knock her out of the primary, chat. Like I'm sure in her head and in her like bubble they're telling her this time you can run without your arms tied behind your back. This time you don't have to adhere to all of Biden's positions. But it's too fucking late, you know? Like you were the candidate and you failed. Like I think Tim Walz has a little bit of wiggle room cuz he was not the candidate. He was the vice presidential candidate, which is different. And like I just don't see Kamala Harris coming out well in that. It's her turn. It's her time. God. God, the coconut memes would be excellent though. Like the coconut memes making fun of Kamala Harris would be funny. Just because it seems like she did not learn her lesson from the coconut falling out of the tree. God. Can we have her back as an emote? No, I refuse. Are you trying to convince me personally to primary Kamala? Yes. Do it. Do it for the memes, comrade. Do it for the memes. Let 1,000 primary opponents bloom. I was so pissed when I saw that she didn't want to run over here, not because I wanted her, but because I knew what it might mean for next presidential race. I do have to say that we were always going to have to go up against like the embodiment of centrist, do nothing Democratic shit heels. I just didn't really imagine it was going to be Kamala Harris again. You know, we need our progressive candidate. We need our progressive challenger, and she's very clearly not going to be that. She couldn't even fucking say the word transgender when she was running for president last time. Like she's gonna be like, yes, I think we should execute half of all trans people, and that I think that is a good compromise position with the conservatives. Like that's what it's gonna be. You all know that, right? Like she's just gonna be dog shit. If we do some necromancy, we can bring Biden back. You know, if AI gets just a little bit more advanced, just Weekend at Bernie's, but have the AI do it. I hate how many Democrats try to compromise with MAGA. Yeah, I mean it's a non-starter, right? Like if you're trying to do that, you're not a as far as I'm concerned, you're not like on the left. You're not for the working class. You're not a real leftist or progressive or I don't know, representative of where most Democrats are right now. Most Democrats right now, if you go to your, like, again, and I say this from experience, you go to your local wine moms who are libs, they aren't out there being like, now I think we need to, I think we need to give them a few more trans people to, you know, put into the meat grinder. I think we need to do that. Gavin Newsom's so right having Charlie Kirk on his podcast. Fuck no. They're like, we need to kill Gavin Newsom. That's a joke. They aren't actually saying that, but they're coming close to saying that, right? Like these people are going absolutely crazy in their little liberal wine mom groups, and they're not here for the compromises whatsoever. Biden is too young to run again. Oh, God. To be honest, Newsom is doing something right by finally gerrymandering the hell out of California. Well, yes, that is, I think, the shift in politics that is necessary right now. Largely because, yeah, this is bad. This gerrymander in Texas, like they're seeking to essentially rig the state of Texas's elections so that even if they with sorry, what is it with 50, yeah, Trump only won 56% of the vote, but the new map is designed with only 56% of the vote to award 80% of the state house delegation. So you only need to win 56% to have 80% representation in the state. Like that is nuts. That is nuts. Yeah, and I do agree with you. What? The time for like they go low, we go high. It's gone. It's gone. What needs to be recognized is that the Republicans are waging like an actual war, like all's fair in love and war type situation, and this ain't love, baby. Like that. That's what they're doing. They are doing anything by hook or by crook to maintain their power, and frankly we need to do the same until we have the power to do a blanket ban on gerrymandering across the board and fix this problem. Like it's time to arm up. It's time to carve out bastions of democracy that will at the very least survive this administration. Like that is kind of like the I know it's fun to like think about 2026 and 2028, but like genuinely the question right now is whether or not our democracy will even hold true for the next 4 years. 3.5 years. You know, we need to be able to maintain those mechanisms. Otherwise, all that other shit doesn't matter. If our democratic mechanisms are fundamentally broken, then like it's no good having all that other stuff. Yeah, Curtis Yarvin is always dropping racial slurs. Like that's his secret, Mackenzie. Like Curtis Yarvin straight up like goes on social media every day of his life and is like, which one shall I use today? Because he's a product of like old school like 4chan. He's a product of like, you know, the kind of troll who would argue with you on AOL chat message boards. Like that's the kind of guy he is. He's built for like the era of AIM, and he has somehow like been I don't know, time capsuled to modern times, you know? No, by hook or by crook. There we go.
We've tried.
Oh yeah, we knew Cenk Uygur was gonna go on Jubilee.
Hassan.
We've tried to.
Oh god, fine. We'll watch the trailer.
Establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete.
Wait, is that who I think it is? Oh, Cenk Uygur is fighting versus Democrats and Republicans because no one can be correct. Let's go.
Establishment Republicans, complete failures. We
I'm really important too. That was crazy.
tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So
You
the only
say-
thing we haven't tried is
Dude, he's literally like, you know the saying no man is an island? Whoever came up with that has not met Cenk Uygur. Dude is dead set on making himself a special little island of his own.
left-wing populism.
you
and you
say-
say, don't try it. Go
No,
back
no,
to
no.
the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You
He was
can't
like,
vote
no.
Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just
Well, I would not agree that voting is your most powerful political weapon. Your ability to network with others and like organize with others is your most important political weapon.
Weird
Okay.
to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a
Wait, who's this guy? I feel like I recognize him.
union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars. Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. The Republicans only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage.
Which is why we must compromise with them. God, what an embarrassment. What an embarrassing figure. Maybe we will watch that for the slop that it is. But genuinely, I think the last thing that Jubilee did that was worth watching was the Mehdi Hassan
Next
shit.
time on Dragon Ball Jubilee. Sank versus a horrified crowd of everyday people pleading with them that he has so much to live for and shouldn't die on this hill.
God. Yeah, TYT really did rebrand itself as the home of neolibs. It's crazy. Can we have a sub goal to never cover this? Yes. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Whew, baby. That sucks. Oh, can we just talk about this real quick? Can we just talk about this real quick? Our country's a joke, man. Our country is a goddamn joke. This is an actual post from the US Department of Energy. She's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment. With a picture of a lump of coal. And I just can't, you know? Like this is like in the era of like, I don't know, I don't even have like an example. This is like after the guy who invented the wheel, like everyone has wheels now, and then suddenly the government comes out and says, actually, you know what's great? Sledges. Wheels are now outlawed. No more wheels for you. You just have to drag things now on the ground like common peasants. And this is just the government doing the exact same thing now. It's just saying, hey, everybody, you will inhale the coal dust and you'll like it. It builds character to get the black lung and develop cancer and to heat the earth beyond habitability.
Thanksgiving strikes again, and here I thought Alyssa Slop Kim was the best form of trash content.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I know we should cover the Alyssa Slotkin kerfuffle. I don't have it in me this week. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Coming next, arsenic in bread is good for you. Followed up shortly by sawdust in bread is actually great for your teeth. Is this the clean coal Trump talks about? There is no clean coal. There is nothing about clean coal that is actually clean. Also, just again, just a little roundup of different things. Holy fuck, man. This is why we need to talk more and more about all these issues. This is why I try and push back on all of this conservative slop that we see constantly. Like, this is a recent YouGov poll across the board for people in America. For all adults since the 1990s, adults in the United States, 34%, 54% believe that on some level crime and murder have increased since the 90s. This is nuts and just completely out of touch with where things actually are. Guys, murder rates are down somewhere around 50% from where they were in the 1990s. You are twice as safe now from being murdered as you were in the 90s. And yet 54% of Americans think that the murder rate has gone up since the 90s. That's how out of touch people have become, because all they see from predominantly conservative media is be afraid, murder, murder, shooting, murder, shooting, murder. That's it. Like, it is just being inundated with this messaging that is absolutely twisting people's brains. It's crazy. It's like what it's what like Stormfront does and these white nationalist publications do. What they do is they create these insular bubbles of white nationalists, and then they just spam their white nationalist news outlets with stories of black people committing crimes, black people doing murders, black people doing X, Y, and Z that they think is bad. And all it does is then further reinforce and convince these white nationalists in these specific media bubbles that, oh yes, see, all black people are violent inherently. It's true. It must be true because all of the news that I read says that it's true. You know, all of the news that I get from the white nationalist newspaper Stormfront. Like, it's crazy. It's like that, except that instead it's the massive amount of capture that conservative media corporations have been doing on local television and also national television when it comes to, outlets like Fox. And it's frankly, it's because those stories get more ratings than nice stories about like communities coming together. Like, we are twice as safe right now as we were in the 90s, and people are more afraid. That does not make sense. And I mean, like, it even like, if you guys have been wondering, hey, why have some people, even on the left, been like saying we have a massive crime spree going on right now? Why are some people on the left like coming to this conclusion that despite all evidence to the contrary, they think more crime is happening? And the answer is because some of them get caught in media bubbles as well. I know that there are some people on the left who, trying to do their due diligence, they watch a lot of conservative propaganda, a lot of conservative media, and on some level, they can start to believe those narratives too. To a degree, I think this is what happened with Anna Kasparian, right? Like this graph here, this is just a slightly different one. Since 2020, would you say murder rates in US cities have increased a lot or increased a little? 49% of American adults think that murder rates have increased on some level since 2020, and they are down since 2020 by 30%. It is so much safer right now. So like all I have to say is people are coming to these conclusions because they're trapped inside of these media bubbles. Which is why I'd like to thank today's sponsor. Nobody, fuck Ground News. Anyway, but media bubbles are a real problem, okay? They are a real problem. You need to be aware of what type of content you are consuming, what type of biases it might have. Because frankly, all media is biased. And maybe I'm responding a little bit here to some comments that I've seen on my YouTube videos, because I do read them sometimes. Yeah, I'm a biased, I am a biased person. I am a socialist and a community organizer. And like I do political organizing as a job. And like, yeah, I've never once ever claimed to be an unbiased source here. I am biased towards working class people. I'm biased towards the working people of this country. I want to improve their lives. That's not a secret. It's not a secret that I want and advocate and push for Medicare for all or housing the homeless. Yeah, it's not, sorry, that's not a secret. Never has been. Something I noticed is when the news reports anything involving creating solutions, it's always tied to the government. They don't give groups like DSA or New Unions the light of day. Nope, never do. Let's see here. Grand News is awesome. What did they do? Grand News, to my knowledge, hasn't done anything. I'm not convinced that it's not part of a larger conservative project. You know, I'm not convinced that it is not ultimately a kind of outlet that may radicalize people towards like conservative ideas. But, that's just me. I worry, especially given that like algorithms on like Facebook and YouTube are biased towards conservative content. Grand News might not be the same. because for example, I don't really see Grand News advertising on conservative channels. And I feel like it's an effort to get more views on conservative
Since
content.
2023, would you say birthing person rates in medical documents have?
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. I'm also suspicious any company that is pouring a crap load of money into like 85% of the channels on YouTube and Twitch that I watch, sus. Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, they spend an awful lot of advertising revenue specifically to people like me, and I'm not entirely sure about their product. Let me put it that way. I would prefer, and this is just kind of the world that we live in right now. You know how like AI algorithms and like AI chatbots and coming to rely on them kind of rots your brain, degrades your mental capacity for critical thinking and reasoning? In a similar way, I feel like there is a potential in offloading your ability to be media literate to a subscription service. I feel like that might do you a disservice. Does that make sense? Like, my goal here, one of my many goals here, is to essentially arm you guys with enough media literacy and skepticism that you guys can go out into the world and like read articles and be able to like figure out what the hell is going on. You know, be able to recognize biases and stuff yourself instead of having a third party rate them for you. I think that is an incredibly valuable skill that is not at all taught to a sufficient degree in schools. Have I considered getting a trial of Ground News to check out if it's actually useful or legit? No, because I don't need it. Ground News sounds like Bizarro Newgrounds. Oh, God. We will eventually use AI to filter, sort, and verify all sources. But we have that already. It's called your own goddamn brain. This is what I don't get. I don't get like the impulse to offload this work onto an AI. Who controls the AI to filter that content? Just rely on your own goddamn brain. Come on, guys. Think, chat. Think. Please, for the love of God, use that brain. We've spent billions of years evolving into a life form with this useful thing in your head.
Cheap.
I heard Ground News is dirt cheap. God damn it, Sake. Our brain can only sort what it sees. The AI can see all. You control the AI. It is your own brain. It's not your own brain. That's not what an AI is. That's not what large language models are. Please understand what you're talking about. God. This is like saying, hey, how about you merge your brain with this corporate tool that will just force feed you information that is convenient to the corporation? It's a word kaleidoscope. Okay, I think we're done here. I think I've read the phrase word kaleidoscope, and I think we're done. I think we're done with that line of questioning. Holy shit. I just realized this band I liked, Arion, has albums of story about how the precursors were dependent on AI. They couldn't think of a reason why this would be bad. He cooked. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad that you're enjoying that. Um, what if your brain doesn't work because you're tired from work and and or a conservative? I don't know. Why don't you let AI fuck your wife too? You know, like that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, okay, you don't want to use your brain to like do critical thinking. Why use your brain to do anything? Just
I'm from
get
a
cucked by the
generation that
robot.
had to go from library stacks to the modern. Everyone is already on the AI train. Get on. There's
God.
no obvious cliff ahead.
That wasn't directed at you, Paladin Lost. I'm just in general.
First you grind the news, then you snort it, and then you get all hopped up on Tijuana librarian crank.
Oh God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Everyone is already on the AI train. Get on. There's no obvious cliff ahead. Yeah, guys, don't worry. The dot-com bubble will never burst. The internet is infinite. Just put all your life savings into the dot-com bubble, everybody. The good times will never end. You're gonna let some lag and clanker do your thinking for you? Honestly, we do need to like start being more derogatory. I think that is a necessary component. Ex Guardian, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Yeah, how are your NFT investments going? Is an excellent way to go. Normalize clanker hatred? Absolutely. Juliana, thank you very much for subscribing. 12 goddamn months. You've been here for a whole year. Hell yeah. All these people will definitely pay off the low rate mortgages we gave them. Yeah.
BRB gotta upload my data. The wife's machine gonna be the best mathematically generated night of her life.
Hell yeah. Robophobia should be the default. Oh, 100%. 100%. Like, I don't know. Like, on a certain level, there's a part of me that's like, if you want to let an AI do your thinking for you, like, I don't know. I feel like you've already embraced the void of death on some level, you know? Like, I feel like you're already basically saying, why even think at all? And I just think that that's maybe a bad thing. My NFTs are all fine. Wait, where did all my apes go? Oh no, my apes escaped. The only AI I trust is Johnny Silverhand's engram. That's fair. I recently became aware of the term Steely Dan. Isn't Steely Dan a musician? And it would be the perfect name for the wife fucking AI. God. All right. Yeah, I don't know. You'll never catch me being an AI cuck. That's for damn sure. Similarly, in a similar vein, everybody, just what a goddamn disappointment. First trans member of Congress, openly trans member of Congress, and her first bill is is to protect private equity. Oh, God. Damn, dude. Can we call her mean words now? I mean, you could always do that. You have the power.
The year is 2085 and I am an anti-I revolutionary. We have nothing to lose but our blockchains.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. Could be worse. Could have been a bathroom bill. Oh, fuck, yeah. God.
Steely Dan is a band that boomer dads love, named after a vibrator.
Wait, it's named after
Asia
a vibrator?
is a great album though. Listen to it.
Wait, Steely Dan is a vibrator brand? This is new to me. I didn't know that. Heartwarming in America, anyone can be fucking rancid with the red gumption. For sure, right? Oh my god. However, Steely Dan was one of the only one of those bands to knowingly take their name from a literary sex toy. Steely Dan was the name of Burroughs gave to the dildo that appears in his seminal work, Naked Lunch. Nice. Good job. Good job, guys. Fuck. What does she feel this accomplishes? I don't know. Probably shores up her donor base for 2026 or 2028. You know, something like that. Okay. Anyway, let's talk about our first real segment of the day. Okay? First real segment of the day. Are you guys ready? So, folks, there is a number of contracts. There are a number of contracts going out into the world right now, siphoning billions of dollars of your taxpayer money to various shady corporations and businesses that are seeking to build various concentration camps across the United States. And I just want to point a finger at one particular company. And it's one I believe I've talked about a little bit before in the past. Okay. And let me see here. It is for a company that when you go to its website,
there is a 60s English folk band called Steely Dan. I wonder if there is a connection there.
Maybe. One-eyed heathen. Thank you for the $5 super chat. When you go to its website, and it's just called the Acquisition Logistics Company. This is their main website page. This is it. That is all that is here. And hey, that's interesting. The website appears to have been made just this year. If you try to go to any other part of this website, it requires you to log in. Now, you might be wondering, where does this go? What the hell is this company even? They've been awarded, after all, $1.26 billion to build a concentration camp. Who are these people? And I did go and try to find out some information. And when I looked, all I could find was that the president of this company is a man named Ken Wagner. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, all I could find is like this bare bones LinkedIn. Mr. Ken Wagner is the majority owner, president, and CEO of Acquisition Logistics. He's a retired naval flight officer, has specialized experience managing the flow of materials through worldwide distribution networks. His years of operations management experience includes serving as a systems engineer, project manager, procurement manager, and lead systems integrator for the military consulting firms and several major OEMs. And Acquisition Logistics ALC provides, and it's just like, here's what they do: supply chain management, contracting, project management, training, engineering and technical services, information technology services, etc. Right? And one might be wondering, hey, where is this company located? Right? Because that's a great question. Well, one local, plucky local news network decided to try and figure that out.
Ken Wagner? Sounds like a cover name for the Wagner Group.
Maybe. Nine-tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono. And shout out to the Richmonder, or the Richmonder. Richmonder? I that feels weird to say. Anyway, they tracked down the headquarters of this particular company to this house in Tuckahoe. This Tuckahoe home won a $1.26 billion contract for an ICE detention center. The owner isn't talking. So we're just giving away like $1 billion plus contracts to just anybody. Yep. On July 18th, the Acquisition Logistics Company received a contract worth a reported $1.26 billion from the federal government for the construction and operation of an immigrant detention center in El Paso County, Texas, at the Fort Bliss Army Base. The contract alone would make the Acquisition Logistics Company one of Richmond's largest businesses, but it's not a household name. It doesn't even have an office. Its listed headquarters is a residential house located in Henrico's Tuckahoe neighborhood. It was founded in 2008 by President and CEO Kenneth Wagner, who looks like this. He looks like this. Our focus on integrity is all that we do Our focus on integrity and all that we do creates success for us individually, our customers, and our team masters. By the way, the part of the website that has this man's information has been, of course, put behind a login page at this point. Holy shit, he looks like he invented a time machine. The company's website is dated and largely accessible via login. The LLC is listed as having 39 employees, according to Zoom Info. There's no office spaces or warehouses listed. The Wagner and the COO of his company, Darren Armentrout, did not respond to requests for interview. Which, by the way, this also just sounds like a fake name. Darren Armentrout? That sounds like you made it up. That sounds like Darren was like, my name is Darren, and he's like, and he looks around and he sees like a picture of a man like fishing with his bare hands. He's like, Armentrout. Nailed it. But yeah, these are the people who are trying to build the concentration camps. You know? When we're talking about like, oh, this is what's happening in our country, there's a not insignificant amount of this money that is going to be just straight up embezzled. It's just going to be straight up embezzled. According to the El Paso Times, the project is set to be the largest of its kind in the United States, with an expected capacity of 5,000 beds. This comes on the heels of course, the Alligator Auschwitz project. And that's basically all we know about this. outside of the fact that since its founding, the acquisition logistics company has only gotten $48.2 million. So somehow, despite the fact that this is run out of a house, no, no, you misunderstand my rear end. This guy didn't get $1.26 billion to build it in his house. He got $1.26 billion to build it in Texas. So the guy and the company that is going to be building the concentration camp is in Richmond, Virginia. The actual proposed location for the concentration camp is in Texas. So that's what that is at the moment, right? Sounds kind of wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive. Yeah, it sounds fake as hell. Wait, why is what are you talking, Noodles, what are you talking about? Where are you seeing that link? Are you referring to Gov Tribe? But yeah, only $48.2 million since its founding. Somehow, I guess that means they're ready to handle $1.26 billion. They can handle 48 million. Time to times that by 100. Let's go. Better it be embezzled than actually go to build concentration camps. I mean, I would prefer it to be embezzled for sure, but it is also just worth noting that, like, all of this stinks to hell. All of this stinks to hell. Like, I'm sorry. Every aspect of this, the goal of the project, the implementation of the project, the every aspect of it is mired in corruption and shit. You know? Like, yeah, the embezzlement isn't going to stop the camps from happening. It just means less funding. Like, they're still going to get the money that they want to get out of this project regardless. Though I don't think that they I think it will mean less. I think it will mean less money for them ultimately, but we'll see. You don't understand, he needed the money to buy 3 eggs? Ah, for his family. I don't want Jack to repeat herself that she has said already, but what? The corruption is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I don't really know what to make about this story because there's no neat, like, wrap up to it. You know, there's no outcome that is different. Like, the contract has already inexplicably been awarded to this company. They're getting the money. We live in such a dumb timeline. Okay, we also have one more story that I really wanted to tackle before we do a click the button call to action. So let's just roll right into it, shall we? Now, folks, you know how I've been talking about this white nationalist group that, has been buying up land in Arkansas and now wants to buy up land in Missouri. You remember that I talked about this group of people and how they're basically trying to have like a group trust, essentially buy up land and then claim it for whites only. Remember how I talked a bit about that? Well, it turns out that's not the only group of people that's trying to do similar white nationalist oriented activities. So I want to turn your guys' attention to a local news report from Nashville, from News Channel 5. Meet the out-of-state investors funding a Christian nationalist community in Tennessee. And we'll get to the video in a second, but I found this really interesting, right? Like a lot of this is about like, oh, hey, here's a 7th generation Jackson County resident, an ancestor of the first Gainsborough family, and like he's getting pushed out of his birthright, essentially, the land his generations of his family have grown up on, and he's being pushed out by these white nationalists who are coming in from out of state, like outside of Tennessee, coming here to buy up land in the effort to make it a Christian nationalist project. So this is interesting, of course. Let's take a look.
Common sense. How much do you have when it comes?
Well, that's an ad. We don't need to listen to that. Yeah, essentially, they're carpetbagging the Christian nationalist revolution. It's really gross, I have words for what I think we should do with these people. I am not allowed to say them. Understandable. Understandable as hell. Take a look.
Tonight, News Channel 5 investigates, reveals the big money behind efforts by out-of-state Christian nationalists. That to gain power right here in Middle Tennessee. Thanks for being with us. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Carrie Sharp. Our investigation discovered the people funding that effort are spending millions of dollars banking on the collapse of society as we know it. News Channel 5 Chief Investigative Reporter.
That should maybe be like a really concerning phenomenon, right? Like, even if you are like a conservative, does it not concern you that a bunch of out of town folks, big city people, are coming to like build like a bunker town in your community? I don't know, seems weird.
Phil Williams has spent weeks digging more into this project in Jackson County, focusing this time on the views of the developers behind it.
And Phil, you know now, this is more than just about faith. This is about power.
Absolutely. We previously revealed the controversial ideas of the podcasters who were first on the ground for this project. Their views toward immigrants, people of color, Jews, and women. In the case of the out-of-state developers, we've now dug up video and...
In case you're wondering what their views on people of color, Jews, and women are, they're against all of those people. They're against all of those groups. If you are in one of those groups, these people are against you having rights. That's what this Christian nationalist movement is. It's not just, oh, you're a Christian? Welcome to the club. You get rights now. No, it's not even that. Like, if you're, sorry, you have to be like a white man Christian. You got to be a white landowning man Christian to be in the club.
Other evidence where they give voice to ideas about the future of America that may be foreign to the people who already call Jackson County home.
Cholera came to Gainsborough in 1850. Most people deserted the town, and they were among the few who stuck around.
A historian by training, Mark Dudney's interest in Jackson County's past and its future is more than just academic. His ancestors were Gainsborough's first family.
My family's been here for 7 generations.
We first met Dudney last fall when we came to Jackson County to listen to local residents after News Channel 5 Investigates revealed the efforts by outsiders to turn the county into a Christian nationalist haven.
Our hometown is not a test tube for some extremist social experiment.
Earlier this year, after Tucker Carlson embraced the project, Dudney released a video.
Oh yeah, did I not mention the fact that Tucker Carlson has been instrumental in popularizing this endeavor to take over this town? Did I not mention that Tucker Carlson was heavily involved in making this a thing? You know how I've been talking about how Tucker Carlson is really dangerous and how Tucker Carlson is, schisming the Republican Party deliberately in order to build and solidify a Christian nationalist base alongside the likes of Charlie Kirk. They will temporarily support Donald Trump until it becomes no longer convenient for them. And then they're going to strike out on their own with their own political project. And this is just one of the signs of that.
Social media denouncing the controversial views of the two podcasters chosen as ambassadors for that effort. Since then, signs have sprung up across the county in opposition to the group.
Do you think people here fully appreciate the powerful forces that are involved in this?
I think some people do, and I think maybe other people just don't like somebody coming in and to their home and saying, we're going to plant a flag and build a town right on top of the one that you already have.
Our goal is something where we actually have the concentration where we can control the town, or in this case, there's.
I'm sorry. Is their podcast branded Liberty and Just Us? Just Us? Damn, a little bit on the nose there, guys.
Of the people there, it's a town that's already very values aligned. So it's
Dallas-based investor Nate Fisher heads the company financing what appears to be a multi-million-dollar effort in the Upper Cumberland region. New Founding LLC promises you can build the America you want to live in. Among the company's investors is tech billionaire Mark Andreessen.
Oh, God. Of course Mark Andreessen is in on this. This is just another one of their attempts to build a goddamn company town. They just think that it's going to make it easier to build the company town if it's a bunch of credulous dupes in the Christian nationalist movement. God. It's the exact same reason Peter Thiel wants Greenland.
Last year, a New Founding executive also posted a pic of the team with now Vice President J.D. Vance, referring to him as our guy.
We currently have thousands of acres and, ultimately aspire to get up to tens of thousands of acres.
The company's managing partner, Josh Abatoy, moved to Gainesboro to lead the real estate effort, working out of this small office building in a community where they see a chance for their buyers to gain political power.
It's more attainable to get into civic and cultural leadership in a small town. It's more attainable to change the local market.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. This guy doesn't seem right in the head. Much like all of the fascists exactly like him. Now, in a just world, he would be run out of town. Just straight up. I'm sorry, kick this motherfucker out of your goddamn town. He's there to kill it.
To make your presence felt.
It's an effort that New Founding compared internally to the landing of the Pilgrims at Plymouth Rock.
Well, we almost called the project the Mayflower at some point.
Project Mayflower, exactly.
Project Mayflower, yeah.
So.
Yeah, back in the day.
Mark Dudney's reaction?
As a local who loves the community, I have an emotional response to it. It feels like an insult to people who lived here, who lived their lives here before.
This is why I've chosen to partner with New Founding and Ridge Runner and take my family to the new community they're settling in Tennessee.
Prior to teaming up with New Founding, one of those podcasters, Andrew Isker, published a book titled Christian Nationalism, a biblical guide to taking...
Wait, Torba and Isker? Wait a minute. Why do I remember Torba? Andrew Torba. Yo! Andrew Torba. Was this the guy who was in Trump's administration the first time around? Yes, he's one of the founders of Gab. He's one of the founders of Gab, y'all. He's the CEO. Oh God. Oh my God. I just dude.
Dominion and Discipling Nations. His co-author, Andrew Torba, started the Gab website.
Okay, well, thank you for mentioning that right after I figured that out myself. Thank you.
That gives a platform to neo-Nazis, conspiracy theorists, and other extremists. Their book calls for taking control of townships, school boards, and counties, and exiting what they call the beast system completely, lying in wait for the system to collapse.
Now, you know how I tell you guys all the time, hey, you need to get involved with your local politics. You need to go to your local Democratic Party meetings. You need to go to your local city council meetings. You need to go to DSA. You guys know how I say that literally all the time? Every single goddamn time. The reason I'm saying that is because if you don't go, these motherfuckers show up and suddenly they're running your goddamn town. Because they're out there all day, every day, writing books about how this is what they want to do. They go out there all day, every day, talking about how, yes, we need to take over the local, all the way down from the school board to the city council. We need to take that over and wait to kill this country, wait to strike, essentially. And you guys need to get involved because the only way we stop them is if we are already in the room. Okay? Yeah, they fill the void that you leave in local politics. Exactly.
I think even those who play it best, it may be extremely painful. Depends on how sort of violent the collapse is.
And Fisher penned a manifesto, what he calls a strategy for a new founding, declaring that coming years will bring turmoil and peril, but also great opportunity to shape the direction of Western civilization.
But here's the thing, Gila Monster. They're not planning to secede from the United States. They're planning to wait for enough chaos, enough societal collapse to ensue, to basically make themselves little islands of stability, and then they will profit from the chaos. It's disaster capitalism writ large.
Fisher insists national divorce must be on the table.
It's why these people talk about, running the country into the ground, essentially. It's why they talk about essentially their techno-feudalism, right? And it's also why they fantasize about a national divorce.
The only question is whether it happens peacefully.
For me,
Yeah, this is just techno-feudalism. Oh, hey. Look, it's that one dipshit. What's his name? Oh God, what is this guy's name? He has such a forgettable face. I don't know who this is. I've talked about him before.
Founding represents the ability to put infrastructure into actualizing a radical Christian nationalist movement that has a fundamentally different vision for America than America itself.
And they call it a new founding.
A new founding, literally.
James Lindsay is a...
Yes! Fuck, it's James Lindsay. It's goddamn James Lindsay. This motherfucker. All of these goddamn, Curtis Yarvinites, all these types, they're all blending together It's the rise of the pseudo-intellectual, and it's destroying the country because the pseudo-intellectualism is melding with the goddamn fascism, and it's creating this.
Conservative commentator who has clashed online with the new founding crew after he declared that the extreme far right is becoming what he calls the woke right.
See what I mean? That's nonsense. It's stupid, asshole-ish nonsense. What he's doing is identifying the schism between like the MAGA Trumpites and like the Tucker Carlson Christian nationalists, and he's just like, yeah, they're woke conservative because he's all in on Trump. He's all in on Trump, baby.
He calls this a dark doomsday mentality.
It's about breaking America into communities that don't get along with one another. We're no longer one nation under God. We're no longer this single federal.
No, it's not all talk. They're putting actual money behind these efforts.
Entity. We're now this hodgepodge of micronations that don't necessarily get along.
Not only do the developers behind the Jackson County project share a political ideology, they're also members of a secretive men's-only society designed to train a generation of far-right Christian leaders to take control when the time comes. That group, the Society for American Civic Renewal.
Okay, this is actually, okay, this is the first I have heard of this. I have not heard of this before. This is new information. Society for American Renewal. I'm going to get that on my radar.
Has a website that touts the notion of seeking a civilizational renaissance. Its membership documents call for developing a list of potential appointees and hires for an aligned future regime.
They've really staked their reputations very significantly on believing that the American system is in free fall and it's going to have a catastrophic end, and that.
Well, yeah, they know that America was never a Christian nation. They don't give a shit. They want to make it one anyway.
You know, it's theirs to rebuild from the ashes.
How does this fall on you as a historian?
Like a load of bricks. To me, what they're advocating is fundamentally un-American.
Mark Dudney says he often imagines if he had a chance to sit down with his late father, how he would explain the people who've now come to Jackson County, who do not seem to be rooting for the country his dad loved.
And you remember how you and Mom taught us words like love, forgiveness, and compassion? Well, they use words like dominion and national divorce and multi-generational spiritual warfare. And lucky us, they've decided to grow their political base out of right here in Jackson County. It's personal to me and to a lot of other people here.
And there's a lot more to this story, a lot more players. You'll find all of that on our website, including details about that secretive men's-only group. I wanted to give the developers, Nate Fisher and Josh Abatoy, a chance to answer my questions, but they never responded to any of my messages asking for comment. As for J.D. Vance, the vice president's office tells me he takes lots of photos with lots of people. They specifically denied that he has ever been part of that secretive men's group.
So, Phil, I guess the question now is, how is this plan working out? Are people buying up land in Jackson County?
Well, you know, to hear them on their podcast, you know, things are going great. You know, I check land records on a regular basis. I haven't seen a whole lot of signs of people really buying up lots of land, but, you know, we'll see.
Yeah.
We know you'll be watching.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Phil.
Good job, Phil. Our sleuth on the ground. Let's go. All right, do we have more details here on the website? I want to know more about this secret org. Yeah, here we go. Far-right Indianapolis millionaire Charles Haywood was involved with Fisher in setting up the first Sacker chapters. His image appears in the opening sequence for New Founding's occasional YouTube podcast. he was featured in at least one episode himself. Haywood has also spoken glowingly on social media about New Founding's business model. It's not known whether Haywood is an investor in either New Founding generally or the Highland Rim project specifically. Okay. Still, Haywood's views bear great similarities to the doomsday notions of the New Founding crew. To say that the future holds chaos and violence is only to make a prediction very similar to the sun will rise in the east tomorrow, Haywood said in a September 2023 podcast. In another, he described himself as a big fan of theories of regime fragility. That is, I am on Team Fragility as opposed to Team Turbo America. Damn, what a quote. And Haywood has mused about how decisive figures like himself might take control if the future he predicts becomes a reality. I sometimes believe I am fated to become a warlord myself, he said in a July 2022 post on his blog, The Worthy House. The key function of a warlord is the short and long-term protection, military and otherwise, of those who recognize his authority and act in part at his behest. Guys, when we're talking about techno-feudalism, this is exactly what the fuck we're talking about. This is exactly what we're talking about. Every single one of these motherfuckers believes they're the protagonist of their own little shonen anime and that the world revolves around them. That, oh yes, I, by virtue of being a wealthy millionaire, all I have to do is wait for society to collapse and then it's time to break out my war steed. That they genuinely think that. They're brain poisoned. The isolation of their wealth destroys their minds. Unironically, I am a firm believer in the idea that wealth rots your brain. Because how else do you get to, I believe I'm fated to become a warlord myself? It's very big Green Goblin energy. I'm something of a warlord myself. How are we not understanding that medieval Europe was hell? We cannot be a bunch of squabbling city-states led by Christian warlords waging violence on each other. This is why because none of these people read a goddamn textbook. They drink the Kool-Aid when they talk about like Western civilization or Judeo-Christian values and like the greatness of Western civilization. They just think it was one homogenous mass of white people. That's it. That's all they think of. They don't actually understand or know anything about the history. They don't understand that like the German city-states like squabbled and just killed each other over like Protestant and Catholic like squabbles for like 1,000 years. They don't understand that like the Italian city-states were like poisoning each other and going to war against each other nonstop for like 1,000 years. They don't understand it. And they think it's just one thing because they associate it with white nationalism. And white nationalists are stupid motherfuckers too. And they're like, yeah, all white people are welcome, bruh. We just want a place for whites. And then it's like, well, okay, but then there are some of us who you're only white if you're Anglo-Saxon. Okay, and then actually, if you're one of those darker skinned Swedes, maybe you'll be welcome, but you'll have to do 100,000 push-ups for us first. Like it's like frat bro mentality applied to like an understanding of history and social relationships and power. God, it's so dumb. The
white nationalist mind cannot comprehend the Balkans.
It's very true, Lily Love stuff. It's true. God. Yeah, look, Proud Boys chapters can shove it up their ass, which I'm sure they're already doing. God. These fascist fucks. No, it is Rhyme Jag. It is. No, you're 100% right. They all played Skyrim, and they all were like, man, these racist Stormcloaks are really based. I bet if all of us got together, we could be Stormcloaks too. And then they formed like a secret society about it. It's really fucking dumb. It's really fucking dumb. Again, this is why like fascism is anti-intellectual, because it needs dumb guys who are willing to think of themselves both as saviors and as disposable at the same time. The Stormcloak Superjet guy from Skyrim. Who sides with the Stormcloaks? Racists. They all think they're the Dovahkiin. when I yell at you, you're gonna fall back because I'm so powerful. Rawr. Pathetic. Anyway, folks, the effort by Christian nationalists continues to try and take over various corners of America. And we need to organize in order to put a stop to that nonsense. So remember, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, or at the very fucking least, go to your local city council meetings, okay? Bare minimum. Do the work, show up to the goddamn meetings. If you need help joining your local Dems, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly. She'll be happy to connect you. And if you need help joining your local DSA, join our Discord again and reach out to GamerG in the Discord. She will be happy to connect you with your local DSA. All right? Those are the things you can do. It's time to start showing the fuck up, guys. Now is the time. Not 4 years from now. Now. God. I side with the not playing Skyrim faction every time. I do intend at some point to go back and finish playing Skyrim, because I must confess I never finished the I never finished the main storyline. Yes, folks, click the goddamn button, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 Zinger, you know no one's getting triggered, right? You're just riding another dude's dick in public. Like it's just at this point it's just a fetish for you. Like I don't know. Do you get off on that? Do you get off on just like riding another man's dick in public? It's weird. Honestly, kind of sicko behavior. Let's see here. Poison Ivy, I'm going to need you to stop info dumping about castrati. Going to need you to stop doing that. It's weird behavior. Stop. Let's see here, folks. I'm trying to piss all of you off by putting a man's dick in my ass. Huh. I bet you're real angry about how hard I'm riding this dick right now. Oh, yeah. I bet you're all so fucking angry at me. Yeah. How angry are you, libs? Like Jesus Christ.
This is AI Capone. You have been getting my name wrong for far too long. I'm here to make you an offer you can't refuse. An NFT horse head.
Oh, Salmon Moose, that hit me right. That hit me right. That was really good. You've been saying my name wrong for far too long. Oh God. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Salmon Moose, thank you for subscribing with Prime as well. I have soup picks. I don't know how to respond to that. What kind of soup? I didn't know anyone in chat could be a bigger whore. God. Soup for my family. Didn't the founder of the Proud Boys literally do that, but with a dildo? Yeah. Yeah, the, what's his name? Is his name also Gavin? I'm Gavin McInnes, yeah. I was like, Gavin Newsom didn't found the Proud Boys. It was the fucking bouncing that got me. Look, I have strong butt muscles, okay? I've been working this ass. Wait, Dezinger, do you think that we like Obama? Are you aware of what the difference is between a liberal and a socialist? Because you came to a bunch of socialists to complain about liberals, and we're right there with you, brother. Just stop being a little weirdo about like riding Trump's dick, and you're all right. God, literally called Obama the Black Messiah. What the fuck? Sorry, that took a couple seconds to sink in. Yeah, guys, Obama, he expanded the drone war massively. And didn't actually help us out of the economic crash. But trust me, when he gets elected for his 3rd term, he'll fix everything. Oh, God.
Obama.
Obama. God. Whew. Made the trans rights message in my tabletop RPGs forward a little bit bigger, and now there's a section telling players they can just get up and leave if someone's being bad. Just leave. Fuck yeah, Rhyme Jack. Wait, what's your tabletop RPG? I love tabletop RPGs. Yeah, Obama was so great that he lost an untold number of seats. All right. So, folks, you know how Zoran Mamdani's been like getting attacked like nonstop every single day since he won the primary in New York? Well, there was a mass shooting in New York City, and Politico wasted no time in trying to blame Zoran Mamdani in some capacity for the shooting. So let's take a look at this absolutely dog shit article here. Okay. Just Zoran Mamdani's impending high wire act managing the NYPD. Let's take a look. All of it puts Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for mayor and the leading candidate in the general election, on a collision course with the NYPD's more than 30,000 officers and their powerful labor unions. Appeasing everyone will be impossible. He's going to walk through the door with the department and police unions very nervous, said Terrence Monahan, who previously served as chief of department, the highest uniformed rank in the NYPD. They're going to jump on anything he does or says, which I need to remind everyone here, that was always going to happen. Like, if you can go like the Bill de Blasio route and like throw a ton of funding at the NYPD, they're still going to hate you. They're still going to hate you. You can also go the Zora and Mamdani route, and surprise, they're still going to hate you. There is no appeasing the NYPD. Throughout the campaign, Mamdani has stuck to mostly anodyne message. He's pledged to maintain funding for the department while creating a Department of Community Safety in the hopes officers and detectives can focus more on solving crimes. But his reputation precedes him. 2 days after an NYPD officer was fatally gunned down in a mass shooting in Manhattan, Mamdani on Wednesday continued to face criticism for his past statements. While he was on vacation in Uganda and slow to respond to the shooting, his prior views immediately resurfaced after it became clear NYPD officer Didarul Islam was among those killed. Pulling the tension even tighter will be how Mamdani cooperates, or not, with the administration of President Donald Trump, who has mused about taking over New York City governance on account of Mamdani's affiliation with the Democratic Socialists of America, and has falsely suggested Mamdani is in the country illegally. Which, why on earth would he cooperate with the Trump administration? Why would he do that? It's like Politico is implying he should work with the Trump administration that wants to deport him? That doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. The Democratic nominee has already pledged to push back against arrests being carried out by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, but the NYPD collaborates with all manner of federal law enforcement agencies on issues like gun and drug trafficking and interstate pursuits of those accused of crimes. Yeah, and guess what? Surprise, surprise, he hasn't said that NYPD shouldn't collaborate on things like gun and drug trafficking and pursuit of wanted fugitives. Surprise, he hasn't said anything like that. But the fact that Politico is throwing that in there is meant to poison the waters. It's meant to imply that, like, oh, he doesn't want to do those things. It's crazy. Should Mamdani take charge of the NYPD, the effects could ripple across the city for both New Yorkers and police officers. Notice, by the way, that New Yorkers and police officers are two distinct categories. Police officers aren't New Yorkers? That's interesting, right? His oversight of the force could also define the course of his mayoralty and the Democratic Socialist experiment more broadly. The city's police department has long drawn the ire of New York City progressives who have accused the NYPD of overly aggressive policing, surveilling the populace, protecting officers accused of misconduct, and resisting efforts at reform, which these are all true. Frank Serpico still can't go to New York City, you fucks! Taken together, the department's arch critics argue NYPD's modus operandi more broadly reinforces inequality and socioeconomic stratification. Yes, it's true. See. He walked back his more acerbic remarks about the department while offering few specifics about how he would manage it aside from a suite of pledges like reining in overtime excesses. That reticence has given him more leeway in the general election against independents Andrew Cuomo, incumbent Eric Adams, and attorney Jim Walden, along with Republican Curtis Sliwa.
Ah, the Ratman! The candidate who's most against the Ratman! Curtis Sliwa.
He's a little bit of a blank slate, which is crazy. It's crazy to say, of all the candidates, that Zoran Mamdani is a blank slate. Dude has the most defined platforms of any of the candidates. If he's a blank slate, what does that make the other ones? God. So instead of answering questions about city-run grocery stores, how he will convince Governor Kathy Hochul to hike taxes in an election year, or particulars of free childcare, the Democratic nominee was pressed to explain his pledge to disband the Strategic Response Group, an NYPD division which has aggressively policed protests to the chagrin of New York City progressives, and also responded to the active shooter situation on Monday. And he was asked repeatedly about his prior calls to defund the department. Which, just want to point out here, like, my understanding is that the shooter killed himself. So, like, I'm not entirely sure here what the Strategic Response Group actually accomplished, considering that, again, the shooter killed himself. But anyway, let's see here. The state lawmaker recounted how he was informed of the shooting at 4 a.m. in Uganda and put out a statement shortly afterward. Which, by the way, remember how earlier in this article they talked about his slow response? Yeah, because it was fucking 4 o'clock in the morning in Uganda. Is protest a crime? Certainly seems so to Politico. Also, can we point out here, I wonder if they link it. I wonder if they link it in here, right? Oh, I don't think they link it. But folks, you'll never guess what Politico was trying to say was the damning statements that Zoran Mamdani said. You'll never fucking guess. Let me pull it up here real quick because it's genuinely insane. Here it is. This is the damning statement about his past criticism of cops. His past criticism of cops is that he saw he responded to a person seeing a police officer crying, and he said nature is healing. Dude genuinely gets cooler every single goddamn time. Every time they try and attack this man. Because you know what? That cop isn't crying. That cop isn't crying because he like lost a friend in the line of duty. He's crying because it's November 7th of 2020 and Joe Biden just got elected. That's why he's making fun of that cop. For those of you who don't remember, conservatives freaked the fuck out that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. There were some QAnon believers who like murdered them, like killed themselves or killed their entire families because they were like, Joe Biden won. This is it. The lizard people are in charge. Time, you know, there's nothing left for us, only suffering. He's making fun of these insane losers. Like, yeah, maybe Zoran is right here, actually. So yeah, let's take a look also at how did Zoran actually respond to all this, because I think he did a good job after he got back.
And so I'm proud of the public safety platform we've put together. And I would say that for the former governor.
Wait, but that post is 5 years old? Yeah, from 2020. That is one of the comments they're saying where he mocked police officers.
To have spent an entire day speaking almost exclusively about me and barely about the New Yorkers who have been killed is indicative of the very politics New Yorkers want to leave in the past. We want to honor the New Yorkers who have been taken from us far too soon. We want to know their stories. They are not merely statistics. We want to know of their smiles, their hopes, their dreams. And yet here we have a former governor calling every reporter he can find to speak about tweets. What kind of leadership is that? And so I'm proud of the public.
Dude handles it all like a champion, like a graceful goddamn mental Olympian. Dude just like fucking nails the obstacle course every single damn time. It's crazy. It's crazy how good he is at this. And I want to caution all of you, okay, just real quick, never be a fan of a politician. Be a fan of policies. Because inevitably Zoran Mamdani is going to slip in some capacity and he is going to screw up. Yeah, and you can't let that ruin your entire worldview. Okay? He is really fucking good at this. But no person is perfect. So, so far, though, he's nailing it. Be a policy wonk? Well, yeah, the thing we ultimately care about isn't the person who's in charge of, like, our political apparatuses. Ultimately, what we care about are the outcomes, the policy outcomes, right? That's what you want to prioritize. You don't need to necessarily be a wonk, but you need to know at least what you believe in and what you're working towards. Aren't you perfect, though? Myself excluded. I will never screw up.
NYPD hands up. We are deporting Mamdani. I am Mamdani. No, wait. I am Mamdani. Actually, I am really Mamdani.
No, and I will screw up sometimes, you know? I'll screw up sometimes, and that's gonna be okay. Yeah, exactly, Pork Chop Express. Like, I think maybe a good comparison is like Bernie Sanders, like, kind of blanching at the idea of calling what Israel is doing a genocide, but still advancing a bill to block sales of arms to Israel. Like Bernie's not perfect either, guys, but he's a damn sight better than what we got in almost every other capacity from our electeds. So, you know, I think like you got to be a little bit pragmatic when it comes to the vehicles for policy. We're the kind of gang that would crucify Zoran if a clip from him calling something gay as a 12-year-old on Xbox resurfaced. I mean, I would very much like to say that we wouldn't, but you know, I think a lot of people would feel utterly and completely betrayed, and that's just not how we should feel about politics. I do like to subscribe to that Sam Cedar Majority Report mentality where it's like you support policies, not people. And you can like people, but you can't treat them like, again, you can't treat them like a messiah or a second coming, or like, you know, they are your new god. Like, don't be a fan of politicians. Be a fan of policies. In the same way, you know, you don't critique individual people on the ground. You critique ideas and systems, right? I think that's reasonable. Anyway, better luck next time. Folks going after Zoran Mamdani. There we go. Lane Vidal, also hello. Welcome. Plenty of people I support annoy me and fuck up here and there. Absolutely. I hate the concept of canceling. I mean, I don't think it means anything for someone to be canceled. Like, I don't, like, oh, what does that mean? It just means people are mad at you. Did you guys see one of Trump's Truth Socials? No.
This week in the news, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, made a discovery that are pertinent to the so-called Russian collusion hoax. The intelligence agency...
Wow, it's crazy. He found the world's most boring man. And retweeted him twice. Reinstituting the presidential fitness test. Escalates Canada tariffs to 35%. I really fucking wish more people would realize that when that is happening, it's not a 35% tax on Canada. It's a tax on you and me, you dipshits. He's making it 35% more expensive to buy things from Canada for no reason, because it's a unilateral way for him to tax you, you dumb motherfuckers. Okay, no, I'm not seeing a lot of this
We have
stuff.
a president that knows sports unlike any other. He brought together 30 of the most elite athletes to bring back the presidential fitness test.
Why is she talking like someone is holding a gun off camera?
I think we have the opportunity to change in the 70-year history of PCSFN the course of where it's going currently. We have.
I hate this. This is all so stupid. Republicans, when in doubt, vote the exact opposite of Senator Susan Collins. Generally speaking, you can't go wrong. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and make America great again. What a petty bitch. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. He's going nuts. The Senate must stay in session, taking no recess until the entire executive calendar is clear. We have to save our country from the lunatic left. Republicans for the health and safety of the United States. Do your job and confirm all nominees.
Speaking of tariff bullshit, did you hear that in May 2024, they changed the CPI from a fact-driven result to an estimate, so they can lie about the inflation the tariffs are causing? BWA.
I did not see that, but it does not surprise me. Thanks, Biden. Oh, God. This is all stupid. I don't know what you wanted me to see on his Truth Social, but it's very funny over there. Oh, May 2025? Gotcha. That also surprises me even
has
less.
been practicing the fitness test every Friday. Fit in this Presidential Johnson into the futon.
God, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono, and Jazzdog, thank you for the $5 dono. Got some real BWA energy going here. Anyway, I have a better story for you guys than whatever that was. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Because I don't know why I'm asking you if you guys are ready. I don't know why I'm asking you guys if you are ready when I know you're not ready for this next story. How could you possibly be ready for this story? No, you're lying to me. You're saying you're ready, but you're not ready. I know you're lying. Okay? Because our next story is about God telling a man to build a theme park. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is from a niche website called Theme Park Insider. Did God ask a Florida man to spend $60 million on a theme park? A $2 billion theme park in rural Oklahoma? Sounds like a crazy idea, right? Turns out it was. But just how crazy the whole project turned out to be might rank American Heartland as one of the all-time jaw-dropping theme park stories. And I cannot stress enough how insane this story is, guys. And I'm going to link this to you so you guys can read this article for yourself. But essentially, guys, why is this real? I mean, frankly, it's because certain people are just goddamn marks. Is the answer there? Like, certain people just want to believe, right? So there's a man who lives in Florida named Gene Bicknell, okay? And he is alleging that that the theme park developers managed to trick him into giving $60 million to them by impersonating God. Not like a prophet, but like actual honest to God. You can look up the court case. It's called Gene Bicknell v. Richard M. Solanskas Jr., Larry K. Wilhite, and Stephen D. Hedrick. And it's truly insane. Basically, they defrauded this man by sending him messages through a variety of apps, pretending to be God, speaking to Gene. Gene thought he was getting messages from God. Here's a direct quote. To commit this fraud, Selenoskas and Wilhite embarked on a years-long campaign of psychological and spiritual abuse. They tricked Gene by impersonating God and religious figures purportedly communicating God's directives in hundreds of electronic messages targeted at Gene. They made him believe that God was commanding him to build a theme park. Like, I don't know, maybe if you start getting messages from God to invest $60 million into the theme park, you should be a little bit more suspicious of that. Like, I'm a little bit torn here. Like, I guess technically pretending to be God would be defrauding someone, but at the same time, like, damn. That being said, I do feel really bad for this guy. Apparently, this has been going on for years and years and years, right? And they defrauded this guy out of $60 million. $60 million. And he now has no money left at 92 years old. And apparently, it was also a fraud that got him to like abandon his family, his friends, like his entire life is destroyed. And of course, these developers of the theme park weren't using the money to make the theme park. They just took the money, hired contractors, and then skipped out on town and never paid them. after they built parts of the park. This is some straight up Music Man shit. God wants a beer and a theme park. God. This is just proof that wealth makes you dumber. I mean,
how is the
can't
change
argue
to
with that.
voting that calls for your ID agree with your absurd?
I don't know what you're talking about, Lee Kessner, but thank you for the $5 super chat.
Oh, I am the Dono Ghost. Oh, you want to build a wild ride with your bones. Oh, just like Mr. Bone Wild Ride.
Nine-tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono and the delightful reference to Mr. Bones Wild Ride. Are you talking about the Save Act, Lee? My understanding is that the Save Act isn't going to pass. That is my current understanding. But I have no doubt that they're going to try and pass something like that on a state level in different states. Yeah, the SAVE Act is one of the few things that like Democrats can actually try and block in the Senate. No, I understand what the birth certificate is. I was trying to figure out what the question meant. Yeah, like how is the change to voting that calls for ID agree with your birth certificate? And like the phrasing of the question is odd. I'm not sure what information is being asked. Save Act was the maiden name voting thing. Exactly, Mr. Malachite. What does God need with a theme park? I said, what does God need with a theme park? Yeah, my understanding is that it's dead in the Senate. Thank God. Oh, yeah, we do have to look at this. This is some real horse shit. So, folks, hey, do you guys remember the whole Jeffrey Epstein stuff that we've been talking about lately? You guys remember that, right? Well, it turns out that there are more discrepancies with the Jeffrey Epstein tape than were previously seen. CBS went through it with a fine-tooth comb and found some really interesting data that we should probably talk about a little bit because it's interesting as hell. So let's take a look at what they found in their effort to figure out what's going on with that Jeffrey Epstein tape. Because remember, the government released this tape saying it was the raw, unedited footage from outside of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, right? Or showed the cell block where Jeffrey Epstein was held. Let's take a look. How raw and unedited was it?
This month, the Federal Bureau of Investigation released the primary video used in the investigation of the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, described that video on Fox and Friends just weeks before its release.
There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this, we are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there.
It turns out that there were indeed shenanigans.
And the only person coming out, you can see it.
We showed this video to multiple video forensics experts who agreed what the FBI and others have said is simply not true. That video and other evidence led to the conclusion by the government that Epstein's death on August 10, 2019, was suicide. An analysis in consultation with video forensic experts suggests multiple inconsistencies between statements from government officials, including Bongino, a report from the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General into Epstein's death released in 2023, and the tape itself. These inconsistencies, while not contradicting the conclusion Epstein died by suicide, do introduce questions that the government so far has declined to answer. We'll show you those in a moment. First, let's break this all down. Epstein was held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan, in a unit separate from the general population known as the Special Housing Unit, or SHU. The unit has 3 wings, each with 2 levels. Epstein was held in the upstairs L tier of his wing. That tier is accessed by a set of stairs from the central common area. Directly adjacent to those stairs is the officer's station, where
and it's just so strange that the cameras that normally would be working over here weren't working that night. So strange.
on-duty corrections officers spend most of their time. The Inspector General report says several cameras in the unit were streaming a live feed to a remote location in the prison, but no one was watching them. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area. That camera captured part of the common area, including the officer's station and a sliver of the staircase leading to Epstein's cell. The footage begins at 7:40 p.m. the night before Epstein's death. You can see staff and inmates moving about, preparing for the nightly lockdown. That's the officer's station in the background. Only 2 employees have been publicly identified. Tova Noel, a corrections officer pulling a double shift that began at 4 p.m., and Michael Thomas, a materials handler who won't arrive until midnight. Epstein is seen for the first and only time on camera at 7:49 p.m. when the Department of Justice said he was escorted to his cell from another wing of the unit. It's important to note here, you don't actually see Epstein ascend the stairwell to his cell block. Remember what Dan Bongino said.
There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
Let's zoom in and play that again in slow motion. Here's the sliver of stairs. Epstein is here with his escort, and they walk off screen. When the FBI released the video, they said anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the common area would have been captured by this footage. But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Huh. Isn't that interesting? Now, I gotta be honest here, guys. I haven't been, fully married to the idea that, maybe he killed himself. Maybe it was just made very easy for him to kill himself. I didn't know. But man, this seems like a really big oversight to make when the goddamn main entrance and the pathway to his cell can be completely bypassed the only working camera.
For the next hour or so, corrections officers and inmates are seen moving about, preparing for all prisoners to be locked down. At 8:21, another inmate is seen being escorted toward the stairs leading to Epstein's cell area. No movement is detected on the stairs again. By 8:24, all of the inmates appear to have been taken to their cells.
So we have literal multiple instances in the tape now of people being taken up to their cells, and no movement is detected on the stairwell.
Well told the Inspector General she visited Epstein's cell at about 10 p.m. You can see her head in that direction here, albeit closer to 10:30, but not climb the stairs. The rules require rounds to be made every 30 minutes, but according to the report, this was the only time anyone checked on the inmates that night. There was even a sign printed on orange paper.
So the 2 doors we've been looking at have nothing to do with his room? Exactly. If we go back a little bit here, we look at this diagram. So his cell is right up here, right? The camera that we're looking at, the point of view we have is from right here.
Central common area.
Show right here.
Directly adjacent to those stairs is the officer's station, where on-duty corrections officers spend most of their time. The Inspector General report says several cameras in the unit were streaming a live feed to a remote location in the prison, but no one was watching them. Malfunctioning equipment meant only one camera recorded the general area. That camera captured part of the common area, including the officers' station.
So this is the basic setup. The camera whose point of view we're looking through is right here. There are two doors on the wall, on the right side that we can see very, very well, obviously. But then we are looking out onto this space, and this corner of the wall obscures enough of the camera that we cannot really see people going up the stairs into the cell block where Jeffrey Epstein was held, and his cell would have been the first one on the right.
And
so
Noelle told the Inspector General she visited Epstein's cell at about 10 p.m. You can see her head in that direction here, albeit closer to 10:30, but not climb the stairs. The rules require rounds to be made every 30 minutes, but according to the report, this was the only time anyone checked on the inmates that night. There was even a sign printed on orange paper posted on the guard station saying mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein, as per God.
Yeah, kind of weird that they posted a sign like that and then people didn't do shit. Huh. I love the high security prison system. That we have the highest security prisons of the world. And it's just like an orange sticky note. Mandatory?
This was because of concerns about his risk for suicide. At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noelle, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs.
I mean, it is very bright orange.
Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Also, yeah, interesting. A bundle of bedding? Perhaps extra bedding? One might say.
Beyond this, there are other issues our investigation and others have uncovered. At 11:21 p.m. and 34 seconds, a cursor appears briefly on screen, indicating the video may have been recorded with a camera or a screen recording and was not an export of the RAW file. The FBI said it had seized the prison's hard drive 5 days after his death and had released the full RAW footage this month. Two experts told CBS News the video's metadata, which tracks how a file is created and changed, shows it's made from two clips stitched together in editing software. Those experts also say the video was edited and saved multiple times. Next up, the now famous missing minute. At 11:57 and 35 seconds, an individual appears on screen from the direction of the main door. It's likely this is Michael Thomas arriving for his midnight shift and replacing the other staff member on duty who'd been working from 4 to midnight. Noelle was starting a second shift of 8 hours. From that point on, only Noelle and Thomas were on duty during the critical window when Epstein is believed to have died.
Also, damn, working a 16-hour shift? Fuck off. Like what are you doing? Fuck off with that shit.
At 11:58 and 58 seconds, the video jumps to midnight, and the aspect ratio of the video changes slightly. Another indication it may have been edited.
I mean, I feel like the metadata is a pretty clear indication that it's absolutely edited. It is very bizarre that the aspect ratio of the video would change, though. That is strange.
Zooming in and playing back in slow motion, you can see a slight shift in the shape of the figures standing or sitting around the officer's desk, but otherwise, nothing changes. Attorney General Pam Bondi attributed the missing minute to a nightly reset of the security camera system.
There was a minute that was off the counter, and what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night.
That additional video has not been released, and a government source has alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
So the FBI and other government agencies have the full unedited tape, but aren't releasing it for some reason. They have the missing minute. They aren't releasing it. I'm not prone to conspiracy theories, guys, but when these people have campaigned for years on releasing the Epstein files and like putting everything out into the light and let all of us judge as one, and then suddenly they're like, yeah, here's the unedited raw footage, and by the way, nothing happened, haha, and it's a hoax, ha. Nah, there's something bad in here, guys. There is something bad in here, and I don't know what it is. I don't know in what capacity this is bad. I have no idea. But it's really weird to make all these gaffes. And if this was a mistake, they could have quickly rectified it by just releasing the tapes that we know they have. But they're not. And that's that absence of fixing the issue is really weird, right? Like, at the very least, we can all agree that's weird as shit, right? Like, everyone around this is acting like there is a ticking time bomb here, and none of us on the outside know what it is outside of, hey, you guys are looking really suspicious. Yeah, it's very sus.
Why the FBI did not release that is unclear, and the agency offered no comment. Importantly, the Inspector General gives no indication there was a minute missing when their team reviewed the video. We can surmise the male staffer working the 4 to 12 shift would have left during the missing minute based on the report, leaving just Noel and Thomas. But that is not seen on camera. Serious problems with the government's investigation and witness statements don't end there. The report says the unit was secured by 2 doors, one requiring a key held only by Noel and Thomas. Noel told investigators no one could enter without her physically opening that door. But here's where it gets tricky. Let's look at this one example. 4 a.m. Noel remains in full view of the camera, yet seconds later, someone walks in, and it appears...
All gaffes, no breaks.
Yeah, no kidding. Second to no kidding. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Neither Noel nor Thomas let her in.
Oh, so it wasn't secured to just the people who should be there, because there are people coming and going who aren't either of them. So other people could have come in, and given that this is the only functioning camera, we might never see them. Huh.
The report is silent on this apparent contradiction. And even if there was no other key, both Noel and Thomas had ample opportunities to let someone in. At least a half dozen times, one or the other of them exits the camera frame in the direction of the door, all without explanation. We shared this with our forensic experts, who agreed there was no way to conclusively determine from the video whether an unseen visitor was or was not let into the Epstein unit, although both Noel and Thomas have said no one else entered. At 6:22, either Thomas or Noel walk off screen again and reappear carrying food trays. Breakfast for the prisoners. At this point, based on the autopsy results, Epstein is believed to already be dead. According to Thomas's account, he arrived at Epstein's cell to deliver his breakfast and found him in a seated position, his buttocks an inch from the ground, held up by a torn sheet tied to the bunk bed in his room. At 6:30, someone rushes in from off camera, according to the report. This was Noel returning to the desk to call for help after Thomas discovered Epstein. Epstein's body was quickly removed from the cell. Only Noel and Thomas witnessed him hanging. At 6:40 a.m., the video ends. Epstein's...
Oh. Only the 2 people who had ample opportunity to let people in witnessed him hanging. Again, this all is suspicious as hell. Oh, it's suspicious as
AI
hell.
Capone. Most security breaches are in wetware. Squishy humans are weak and vulnerable.
AI Capone, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very, very much appreciated.
Body is not seen being removed. Both Thomas and Noel have said they played no role in Epstein's death. They were charged with falsifying documents, but those charges were dropped as part of a plea deal.
Oh. So they were also lying prior to their plea deal. Huh.
Additional clarification could come from a second camera mentioned in the report. It recorded an elevator bank in the same unit, although the report stated that it did not cover areas that would have included access to Epstein's cell. It would at least show a missing minute. We reached out to the Department of Justice to see about obtaining that footage. They referred us to the FBI, who referred us back to the Department of Justice. Neither Thomas nor Noel.
Huh. That's interesting. Why would you guys not want to release that footage?
Noel responded to our inquiries through their legal representatives. For a case that demanded transparency, it's yet another muddled chapter, raising more questions than it answers.
And that's the end of that reporting, but it is interesting to know that the FBI has access to footage from those elevators. The FBI has access to the footage of the missing minute. The other government agencies have this as well. There's a plea deal for the people involved at the heart of it, to cover for them lying. It's all very, very rotten, you know? Again, like, is that bedding being taken to his cell so he can hang himself? Did he even hang himself, considering the only people who are witnesses also were falsifying documents, I believe, in this case? So, like, again, not prone to conspiracism here, but like,
Hello?
damn, this is weird.
Hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. The cameras occasionally glitch out for minutes.
Oh, God. 5 nights at Epstein's. God. Yeah, I mean, like, Konami the Alpha, I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea if I was very, very, very prone to, like, my most conspiratorial, if I were to divulge my most conspiratorial impulse, it is that perhaps there's a slim chance that Jeffrey Epstein isn't dead. But that's, I have literally no basis of evidence for that other than this is all rotten as fuck, and I have no idea what the hell is going on or why this is all being obfuscated. I don't understand it unless, like, there is a nefarious plot, and either that plot is somebody, like, came in and killed him, or it was that they made it really easy for him to kill himself, or it was they like switched him out with a body double. I don't know. But, like, damn. They released a couple of cadaver photos. Look, I don't know. The guy with the child rape island might have a body double. I don't know. That's my take on it. But this is all weird as hell. That's all I can really come to on this. Like, clearly people are lying. Clearly there is something weird, and clearly there is some amount of stake that our current president has in this. But what exactly it is, we don't know yet. Yeah, exactly, Velvet. Like, if we're talking about, like, billionaire freaks like Jeffrey Epstein, dude might have had a body double. That's not inconceivable. Yeah, we're going too far down this rabbit hole. I'm calling an audible. We're done. We're done with this. This has been your Jeffrey Epstein update for the day. God, it's so weird.
Robespierre didn't guillotine himself.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. What is this? During the French Revolution, Maximilien Robespierre addressed the National Convention on the 26th of July, 1794, was arrested the next day and executed 28th of July. In his speech on the 26th of July, Robespierre spoke of the existence of internal enemies, conspirators, and calumniators within the convention and the governing committees. He refused to name them, which alarmed the deputies who feared Robespierre was preparing another purge of the convention, similar to previous ones during the Reign of Terror. The following day, this tension in the convention allowed Jean Lambert Tallien, one of the conspirators whom Robespierre had in mind in his denunciation, to turn the convention against Robespierre and decree his arrest. By the end of the 20th of July, Robespierre was executed by guillotine in the Place de la Révolution. Robespierre's fall led to more moderate policies being implemented during the subsequent Thermidorian reaction, which, like, we need to bring back cool names for our political moments. The Thermidorian reaction. God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. God. Oh, also, just as an FYI, this story isn't going anywhere. Remember how Donald Trump talked about Virginia Giuffre and, like, Jeffrey Epstein stole her from him. Yeah, apparently her family is saying that the files should be released because that's what she wanted before she died. And also urged Donald Trump this week not to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell because it looks like that's what they're gearing up to do, or at the very least, commute her sentence. She's looking for clemency. She had a little bit of hope in her because it was said that the files were going to be released, according to her sister-in-law. She was fighting for that to happen right up until the very end. She wanted the public to know the crimes that they had committed. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump's also thinking about pardoning Diddy. Like, I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. Kind of seems like all these rich, famous, powerful people knew each other, were really good friends, and oddly enough, all had some kind of tie to Jeffrey Epstein. Really weird. Really weird. All these people with degenerate sex parties that involved children. I don't know. Seems kind of weird. Hey, remember how Donald Trump kept walking into, like, underage teen dressing rooms to see them naked? I don't know. Seems kind of weird. Hey, it's kind of weird that, like, Donald Trump threw a party with a bunch of, very young teenagers who were models, and the only other person in attendance was Jeffrey Epstein, the guy known for having sex with children. I don't know, seems weird. Hey, remember how, like, Virginia Giuffre, we talked a little bit about the timeline of that the other day, and how, like, she met Jeffrey Epstein in, like, 2001. You guys remember that? Remember how Donald Trump said that he was just so mad about Jeffrey Epstein hiring Virginia Giuffre, and like that's why he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, because he was being weird and a creep. But even just a couple years after that, in 2003, he put out the statement about Jeffrey Epstein being a terrific guy who really enjoys his social life and young women. I don't know, seems kind of weird, guys. Seems kind of weird that, like, apparently the falling out was about Jeffrey Epstein stealing young women from him, or young girls, as the case was with Virginia Giuffre. I don't know. This just I'm incapable of putting these ideas together. It just seems weird, you know? Nah, their real dispute was about real estate. Then why isn't Donald Trump saying that? If the real dispute is about real estate, why is he going on press tours right now talking about how it's actually that he thought Jeffrey Epstein was a creep? And then he changed his story again to talk about how
a lot of the Epstein girls were working at Mar-a-Lago as masseuses.
poaching him.
Why were underage girls giving massages there? I don't think they were 16-year-old massage therapists.
You know, I don't think you can even get licensed as a massage therapist at 16 years old. Oddly enough, Paladin. It is kind of strange. Why would you have a bunch of underage children giving old men massages at Mar-a-Lago? That's so weird. Why would Donald Trump think that an underage, a girl who is, in his mind, underage, was waiting for him at the behest of Jeffrey Epstein? Huh. No way we can connect any of these ideas, though. Like, if in the mind of like a MAGA person, it must be so bizarre because they hold all of these ideas separately, but never put them together in any capacity to paint a larger picture, because they can't. They can't imagine their precious wet orange boy doing crimes like that. They can't imagine their Messiah-like figure doing that. But it's pretty obvious that that's probably what happened.
He was poaching my talent.
I mean, it does come across like, oh, wait a minute. Hey, wait. Donald Trump had a modeling agency riddled with sex abuse claims. And, you know, one of Donald Trump's friends and Jeffrey Epstein's friends also owned a modeling agency riddled with sex abuse claims. And hey, Jeffrey Epstein also owned the modeling agency that was riddled with sex abuse claims. It's kind of like they were all doing that together. I don't know. If only there was more evidence, say a treasure trove of files that were released, for us to figure out how that all fits together. Yeah, even Asmongold is like going, yeah, this looks suspicious as hell. You've lost the dumbest people on Earth on this one. Almost as if Trump wanted to run his own sex trafficking operation. Almost like. Indeed. God. Now, folks, I need to go use the bathroom. We've been going for about 2 hours, 40 minutes. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit that, all the other buttons. Just keep hitting that goddamn button. And also, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I need to go use the bathroom so badly. And when I return, we'll talk about more things. More things. Get ready, folks, because it's going to be a long show. BRB.
Would crush us with his might. When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, 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 everybody. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How you living? How we doing? Whew. How we doing, folks? Goated song? I agree. Howdy, Cannabob. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Thistles Fries. Maria Farmer's account alone is enough for me to say he's absolutely participated, so I have zero reservation outright saying that. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. The amount of sexual assault and rape allegations against Donald Trump, like the amount of like women and girls who corroborated like his, I don't know, association with Epstein, it seems pretty undeniable, right? I'm doing all right, Thistles for Eyes. Oh, yawn. No, I think that I have to disagree, Forlorn 79. I think that this story is breaking through into the mainstream in a way a lot of the other stories don't. Um like it's in the mass sense of the word, there are a lot of messaging stories that just never break through to a conservative audience. The Epstein story is actually breaking through to them. Now, it remains to be seen, do Republicans actually care if Donald Trump is a pedophile or not, right? Do Republican voters care if their big orange boy has abused children? That maybe they don't. Maybe my theory on that is wrong. But I don't think it is. I think they will actually care if it
Have
comes
we
out.
ruled out that there may be more than one Trump, and there is a cloning project as the GOP is unable to produce a proper heir?
We have not ruled that out yet, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I think that there is a lot that the Republican movement can do to downplay sexual assault allegations. They've been trained to do that. I don't know that they can do that with evidence that he raped a child. I don't know if it works the same way there. Like let me put it this way, it definitely isn't helping him, but the fact that Republicans are very much hearing about this and paying attention, I think it has the potential to fracture the base. We'll see. We'll see. At the very least, it's making a lot of pundits scared enough to like shift their positions, you know? Or reposition themselves rather. Jack, you okay? Yeah. Why do I seem not okay? I am very anxious. That is one thing I am right now. You think Bongino is leaking stuff? God, I hope so. That'd be so fucking funny. Okay, I had a whole segment planned, but honestly, it's a real bummer. It's a real bummer of a segment. Like, I don't know. Do you guys want to hear about the myriad of ways Donald Trump is ruining America at the moment? Or do you want to cover some brain rot? Which are you in the mood for at this particular moment? Your place is so empty? Yeah, it's sad and anxiety producing to move. Brain rot? Brain rot? What is the brain rot? You'll find out. You want actual politics? Fine. Fine, we can spend an hour talking about that. Did you ever get to the what if alt his thing? No, that was the brain rot. Sure. So, here we go. So, folks, you guys have all collectively decided, hey, let's talk about how Donald Trump is making the country worse for everybody. If you're watching this video and you've stumbled across it because you're a conservative and you hate watch my channel, I understand. Hello, hi, welcome. We're also going to be talking about how Donald Trump is making the country worse for you and people like you. Unless you're rich, in which case, you know, you better buy some subs or donos. But let's get started, shall we? Let's get started, okay? Because number one of the things that Donald Trump is doing to ruin America, we need to talk about it, all right? Because every single damn day, we get news stories about how Donald Trump is negotiating deals, massive trade deals with all of these countries. And he's going around and imposing 10, 15, 30, 125, 300% tariffs, whatever his little brain comes up with on these various countries. And then the media hails him as some kind of incredible genius for making these deals. Breaking news, the US will impose a 15% tariff on goods from the European Union, ending months of tense talks with America's biggest source of imports. Follow live updates. Thanks, New York Times. But I'm here to tell you guys, why are you guys all championing this? Why are you doing this? Why is the media, especially conservative media, hailing him, lauding him for these accomplishments when you guys realize he just imposed a 15% tax on you guys? You are the ones who pay the tariffs. You being all Americans. If you are an American, goods from the European Union just became 15% more expensive. You pay that tax. For the Republicans out there who are all like fiscal conservatives who want to lower their tax burden, he's passing a tax on you and you're all cheering him for it. I don't understand. He's making things so much more expensive for me, for you, and everybody else. What are you doing? That's not a genius move. He's just doing a flat tax on you, you dumb fucks. Like, why? Why are you all trying to give this man accolades for coming up with the idea of taxing you? For no reason. It's not a tax like to support our roads or a tax to do it. No, it's just a tax so that he can champion the tariff revenue that he's generating. That tariff revenue is from you guys. You are the ones paying the tariff. not these other countries. The European Union isn't paying 15% more on their goods. They sell them to us, and then we pay the tax. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand, because I'm begging one reporter, just one, to ask Donald Trump how he thinks these tariffs work, because he acts like he's negotiating great deals when he's really just slapping flat taxes on all of us. It is insane to me that we keep giving him collectively praise for this. It's insane. But, you know, whatever. Maybe you just don't care about things being more expensive. Maybe you're doing pretty okay economically. Maybe you're just, you know, not you. What you really care about is what that money is going to be used for. Am I right? So, of course, we got to look at one of Donald Trump's personal pet projects that he's using your tax dollars on. Right? Let's take a look. What's he doing? Oh, what will it cost to renovate the free Air Force One? Don't ask. So you guys remember how Qatar donated a gigantic airplane to Donald Trump to use as Air Force One? Well, fun fact about that aircraft, it's not, in fact, up to snuff for being Air Force One. In order to be up to snuff, it has to be refitted, basically from the ground up. So basically, they're just taking that plane, gutting it, and rebuilding it from the ground up to be Air Force One. And, well, you might think that's pretty interesting. But, let's just take a look here at how much this costs. Let's see here. Where is it in here? God. Come on. There we go. It's no surprise that one of Washington's biggest guessing games these days is assessing just where the price tag will end up, on top of the $4 billion already being spent on the wildly behind schedule presidential planes that Boeing was supposed to deliver last year. It was those delays that led Mr. Trump to look for a gift. That's so crazy. Well, how much might it cost? Let's see. In a testimony before Congress in June, Troy E. Meinke, the Air Force Secretary, said that he thought the cost of the Air Force One renovations would be manageable. I think there has been a number thrown around on the order of $1 billion, but a lot of those costs associated with that are costs that we'd have experienced anyway. We just experienced them early. So we believe the actual retrofit of that aircraft is probably less than $400 million. If so, that would be a bargain. Oh, but engineers and Air Force experts who have been through similar projects have their doubts that it will be accomplished for anything like that price. Members of Congress expressed concern that Mr. Trump will pressure the Air Force to do the work so fast that sufficient security measures are not built into the plane. So we have a number that is about $1 billion, maybe 400 million on a good day. But here's the thing. That plane has been temporarily assigned the Air Force One. Right? So for $400 million, in the best case scenario, almost $500 million for this plane. They are going to retrofit it. Let's assume it's somewhere in the middle. Let's say $700 million. $750 million. They're going to need to spend years refitting this plane. But when Donald Trump leaves office, the plane gets automatically donated to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation. At which point it needs to be refitted again to be a civilian craft. i.e., it then needs to be gutted and rebuilt again. So whatever this is going to cost double. If it winds up costing $1 billion, it's going to cost another $1 billion to retrofit it again. Your hardworking tax dollars are going to duplicate work for no reason so that Donald Trump can accept a bribe from Qatar. Like, that's what's happening here with your tax dollars. The amount of graft in this administration is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Well, you know, you might be tempted to say, well, you know, the United States does a lot of good things too. I mean, like, we fund cancer research after all, don't we? Look at all the good we've done with our pharmaceutical industry. You sweet goddamn summer child. It turns out that the Trump administration has destroyed that effort. Any kind of cancer research that is going to be going on in the United States from here on out under the Trump administration is basically hamstrung. The Russell Vought, one of the guys who's doing all of the hiring and firing for the Trump administration these days, one of the guys behind Project 2025, is making sure to systematically deny funding to cancer research operations that have been ongoing across the United States for years, because they're calling these studies woke. Hey, chat, is it woke to fund cancer research? Is it woke to find a cure for goddamn cancer? Apparently to the Trump administration it is. Next time one of your family members gets cancer or you find out you have cancer, next time you're looking around for experimental therapies and drug trials to participate in to potentially save your life, guess what? They're not going to be happening, thanks to Donald J. Trump. Cool. Awesome. Now explain to me how this helps anyone in America. How does it help anyone in America to just let them suffer and die from cancer rather than recover and continue to be productive members of society? I mean, even if you are like a conservative, how does you dying from cancer or your loved ones dying from cancer help the rest of the country? I see you jackasses in my comments all the time talking about how, like, they're making America great again. Blah, 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 blah. Like, how is your mom dying from cancer going to make America great exactly? I want you to explain to me. How's your dad dying from prostate cancer going to help America be great? How are you dying from, like, lung cancer? How is that helpful? Explain. Survival of the fittest, bro. Cancer doesn't give a shit about the fittest. You're gonna die just like the rest of us in massive amounts of pain because you don't got the ability to get the medical care. How does scaring scientists away from the United States, how does moving them to other countries help us? Like, even if your stated goal is making America great, How does scaring away scientists, scaring away people who want to do labor, who want to build lives here, how does that help? Exactly. How does it help to send away some of the smartest minds on the planet? It doesn't, is the thing. And I think we all kind of know that. Also, incidentally, Russell Vaught's own child benefited directly from government cancer research and government research on cystic fibrosis. This man had his daughter's life saved by the research done by the US government and funded by the US government, and he's trying to burn it down so that daughters who are exactly like his will suffer and die. That is how evil this man is. He got his. Fuck you. Go die like a worm. Because that's how he sees you. That's how the entire Republican establishment sees you. It's truly sickening, right? Incidentally, guys, there was an initiative in the United States called the Cancer Moonshot that was founded with the idea and the aspiration to halve the number of deaths by cancer by the year 2047. That initiative is dead. Congrats to the pro-cancer nation, the United States. Are we great yet? Hey, is it great to have elected officials in Florida trying to obtain the names of people who went to a show that the state disagrees with? That's what's happening, by the way, over in Florida. GOP Attorney General subpoenas bar to hand over list of people who watched a drag show. The bar owner says the show was tame and the state's drag ban has been blocked by a federal judge. So despite the fact that everything that this bar owner did was legal, because the state disagrees with the legal activity being done inside of the bar, they are requesting all of the names of the people who signed up to go so that the state can investigate and discriminate against them. Hey, what do we call it when, I don't know, how might we feel about this if the state was demanding, say, a list of everyone who attended a given church? What might we say about a list of people who attended a Bible study? Pretty interesting, right? It feels a little bit different when we start talking about it in that capacity. But for some reason, when it's a secular institution, a lot of Republicans just say, fuck yeah, let's get all their names. Why? Why do you need the names of people doing what they want to do on private property? There's no criminal prosecution here. There's no alleged criminal activity. They just want the names of people who went to this event. There's a name for something like this. There's a name for a type of government that does this. But a lot of conservatives don't want to say that name, and they don't want to believe what is happening, and would rather put their heads in the sand or say, ha ha, It's so funny. The bar in question is a venue title called the Kilted Mermaid. Also, interestingly enough, it's located in a town called Vero Beach, and it is owned by the vice mayor of the town. So, in a sense, this is well, it's pretty interesting how this is also kind of enmeshed within the local political scene of Florida. You know? So, I don't know. Seems like another way things are going bad in Trump's America when the government is trying to strong arm private business owners into turning over lists of people who frequented that business. Seems odd, in fact. I don't know. Seems like maybe it's bad, even.
The pink scare is the new red scare. Have you now or have you ever been a member of the LGBTQ community?
I mean, it is very similar. We're getting like a new lavender scare for sure. Thank you for the $5 dono. Hey, you want to know another thing that's happening? You know how there are a bunch of hospitals that are closing in rural areas right now because the Trump administration just passed a budget that effectively guts the entire method that they use to be able to, hold their doors open and like actually operate, because Medicaid is like the lifeblood of what allows rural hospitals to exist. You know, the hospitals that Republicans need to go to when they are sick and injured predominantly. Well, guess what? Guess what, everyone? You're in luck. There's private equity that's buying up those hospitals. Yay! The private equity firms are here to buy the hospitals and keep them open for a little while. For a little while. Medical Properties Trust buys up the hospitals and then leases them back to the healthcare systems. Dozens of its hospitals have gone belly up. So basically what this company does, and this Mother Jones article goes into some pretty great depth, and I'll link it here for you guys. Basically, they come in, they buy a failing hospital, then they lease it back to the city or town that it's in.
My eyes just popped out of my head. My mom's used to live there, and the Kilted Mermaid is where I went to my first drag show. WTF. Thank you truly for covering that.
Ivory Valentine, of course, and thank you for the $10 dono. I really appreciate it. They're going after everyone. It's not just like liberals, it's not just socialists, it's not just communists, it's not just like centrists, it's not just even conservatives. It's every goddamn person in this country these people want to go after. Okay? But what happens is these hospitals go belly up. This company comes in, reopens them while leasing it back to the city or state or hospital system, keeps it open, but then just jacks up prices, cuts pay, cuts benefits, sees how long it can keep these things open until they shut them down. And that is what's kind of happening. It's like they are squeezing the last gasp of life out of these dying rural hospitals before finally taking them out behind the woodshed and killing them for good. That is what's happening to our rural healthcare system. And it's going to get a lot worse in the next year and a half. This is ramping up in frequency. Okay? Because guess what? This has been happening for a while now. When we talk about this didn't just start happening this year. This process has been going on for a while, but given the massive closure of rural hospitals as a result of losing Medicaid, this process is going to massively speed up, and you're going to see a lot of these hospitals being bought, reopened, and then permanently shuttered. That is simply what is going to happen here. additionally, hey, you know, what about, I mean, at least we still have like voting rights, right? Like, at least, you know, if you're old and elderly or your legs don't work too good, at least you can still like make it to the polls and vote, right? Wrong. You see, the Trump appointed judges and conservatives in our judicial system have ruled that, in fact, if the state discriminates against you on the basis of your disability when it comes to getting votes, being able to vote, you actually have no legal recourse. This is just kind of insane, right? This is directly downstream from gutting the Voting Rights Act. But voters can't sue for disability discrimination. This is according to the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, right? So essentially what they're saying is that if you are in a red state or in a state that, you know, doesn't have accessible voting, doesn't have ways to like for you to actually get to the polls and vote, the only way for you to sue for your right to vote is to actually get the state's attorney general to sue on your behalf. And if you are disabled and you're in a conservative state with a conservative attorney general, good fucking luck. Because guess what? They don't want you to vote. If you're a conservative elderly person, they don't want you to vote. If you're a conservative person with a disability, they don't want you to vote. Their entire position on this is to disenfranchise the disabled. That is the reason this is being put forward in the first place. It's truly incredible. The Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled on Monday that private citizens have no standing to sue for disability-based violations of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Eighth Circuit jurisdiction covers Arkansas, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, and South Dakota, meaning voters in those states will no longer have any direct remedy when those rights are violated. All but one of the Eighth Circuit's 11 judges were appointed under Republican administrations, including 4 Trump appointees in the president's first term. So, thanks, Republicans. If you're a Republican and you're elderly and have mobility issues or visual issues that prevent you from reading clearly, guess what? If your state doesn't accommodate you, you can just get fucked. That's what the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals just ruled. Now, luckily, if you live in a blue state, you might be able to get your attorney general to sue on your behalf. But if you're in a red state, good luck. They just took away your right to vote. God. Yeah, the article even points this out. Only state attorney generals themselves, the court ruling holds, can act to enforce the Voting Rights Act and prevent violations, not in the case of states with notoriously poor voting rights records, very likely. Yep. But yeah, are we great again yet, America? Is it great to prevent the disabled from voting? To prevent the elderly from voting? Is that great? Interesting. Hey, so you know all that money, well, you know, at least your tax dollars are going to like helping, I don't know, victims of natural disasters, right? Like at least when you give money, like when you're paying your taxes, at least that some of that money is going to like saving people from natural disasters, housing them and like feeding them when like the shit truly hits the fan when it comes to like tornadoes or hurricanes or floods or fires, you know, all that stuff, right? At least some of your tax dollars are helping that, right? Right? Well, actually, no. So FEMA, the government organization that would usually use its money to hand out, the ability to live to people in natural disaster zones, is actually using that money instead to build concentration camps. Where they can put up cages and tents and give a lucrative contract to a private prison corporation and do its best to like torture and force these people to do labor against their will in a kind of like slave camp system. So, at least your tax dollars are going to enterprising young business people who want to start up a private concentration camp company. You're helping entrepreneurs to utilize slave labor. So is that making America great again? Is that making America great again? Also, fun fact, they can detain you without a trial even if you're not, even if you are a U.S. citizen. So, hey, if you're conservative and you just kind of look like some of the guys they're looking for, you know what I mean by that, don't you? You know what I mean by that, don't you? Well, the Florida State Patrol certainly knows what I mean by that, because they're just arresting anyone who looks vaguely Hispanic and then sending them to a concentration camp in the Everglades. 90% of those people who are in that alligator Auschwitz camp, alligator Alcatraz, have not committed a crime. Are we great yet? Are we going to be great when some masked ICE agent abducts you or your kids or your parents and sends them to one of these facilities and doesn't tell you what happened to them? In one of the cases we talked about not too long ago, ICE abducted an elderly man and then told his family that he was dead. And it turned out he wasn't dead when they found out months later that he was still alive. They could literally disappear you, tell your family that you died, and then do whatever they want with you. Does that make America great again? I don't know. I'm just asking questions here. Hey, is it good? Is it good, chat, when the general trend for the last 30 years or so, 35 years, is a massive spike in the accumulation of wealth in the top 0.1% of society? Is that good? Is it good from going to the point where the bottom 50% have at least over 50% of the wealth to the point where the bottom 50% have a quarter of the wealth of the top 0.1%? Does that make America great? Does having oligarchs make America great? I don't know, kind of seems like it doesn't, right? Kind of seems like it just fills our country with a bunch of rich dipshits that don't do much. Huh. Weird. Also, oh, hey, this is interesting. Here's a statement from Amy Grant. Let's take a look here. On Wednesday night, during a concert at a Nashville area church, Amy Grant made a phone call to Republican Senator Bill Hagerty's office on speakerphone, and she left a voicemail. "Hi, Senator Hagerty. Hi, this is Amy Grant," she said. "I'm standing on stage singing to over 1,000 people, and I wanted to speak on behalf of all of us to say that President Trump's budget suggests that funding for PEPFAR should be cut by 50% this year. We want you to know that here in Nashville, we want to see full funding for PEPFAR so we can stay on track to end the HIV/AIDS epidemic by 2030. Now, if you don't know what PEPFAR is, guys, well, it is the effort in the United States and abroad to essentially eliminate HIV and AIDS, to end the epidemic. And up till now, because we've funded this PEPFAR program, we've actually been getting closer and closer and closer to that point. We're only 5 years away from it. And hey, wouldn't you know it, fun fact for all of you, this was published in Christianity Today, not a publication that we highlight a lot on this program, but you know what? Kind of indicates that this might have something to do with Republicans too. Strange. So, also just want to point this out. We're really genuinely on the verge of being able to end HIV and AIDS as an epidemic. Genuinely. Like, it's not like a 5 years away type pie in the sky goal. It's genuinely like earlier this month, they approved a 100% effective HIV like prevention drug. In the U.S., the FDA has approved the novel lenacapavir, sold under the brand name Yeztugo, a class of drugs known as capsid inhibitors, which provide almost 100% protection against HIV infection, which currently affects 1.3 million people every year. In 2024, the journal Science named lenacapavir the breakthrough invention of the year. And like, hey, guys, here's just an illness, a scourge that has ruined countless lives, that has like literally decimated an entire generation of people. And we have the ability to just straight up stop it from spreading. Just straight up. We can effectively eliminate this. And the Trump administration is still trying to eliminate this stuff. They're still trying to eliminate it. And like, it's you know, whether or not this program survives is currently very much up in the air, considering that they are still grinding an axe to try and destroy this program. They are still trying to destroy this program that has the potential to save over 1 million lives every year. Now, you might say, well, I mean, okay, a lot of that is bad, but, you know, like, surely, what about global warming, right? Like, I know Donald Trump talks a big game about, you know, bringing back like fossil fuels and stuff, but like that's all for the economy, right? We're still going to put a lot of money into efforts to bring down the global temperature, right? Like, surely Republicans don't just want to like cook the planet alive, right? From earlier this week, Trump's EPA wants to eliminate regulation for greenhouse gases, which I want to say that sounds insane just on the headline of it. But if you actually go down into it, it's worse than that. The EPA argues it doesn't have the legal authority to regulate greenhouse gases. The agency proposes to undo the government's endangerment finding, a determination that pollutants from developing and burning fossil fuels, such as methane and carbon dioxide, can be regulated under the Clean Air Act. So, to summarize how this is even stupider than the headline would actually bring you to believe, they are trying to say they want to undo the finding that greenhouse gases are harmful to individuals and the environment. This is like breaking your leg and then telling the doctor who's diagnosing you that you want to ignore their findings about your broken leg and you're just going to walk out of here just fine. They think they can just undo science. Essentially, yes. They are saying we will undo the finding that this is harmful and then just continue to do the harmful thing and pretend that there are no ill effects. Sure, the planet will continue to get hotter and we will do nothing to mitigate that, but surely there will be no bad consequences from that down the line. This is genuinely a don't believe your lying eyes moment. They want to strip the EPA of its ability to regulate greenhouse gases, the ability to essentially throttle down our emissions so that we can reach a point where our current Earth remains habitable. Now, you might be a conservative and say, well, I mean, the Earth will still be habitable. Oh, God. Yeah, but also if you're a conservative, understand global warming means mass groups of displaced people. You guys already hate immigrants now. You guys are going to hate immigrants even more when there are exponentially more of them displaced by natural disasters, sea level change, arid conditions, etc. You're like, this isn't going to get better for you.
This is not the cookout I wanted to be invited to. I am at least enjoying the everlasting roast of Republicans as they continue to be wrong about everything.
Indeed, Thistles for Eyes. Thank you for the $5 dono. So understand that this is just like an effort to like poison the planet so that the rich and powerful can get richer and more powerful. That is what this is at heart. Remember that chart I showed you just a little bit ago? This chart? Well, what they want to do is make this green line go up even higher, even if it means some of you die. They're happy to do that. Okay? And that isn't all that's hidden in this happy-go-lucky article, of course. Let's take a look at one other part of it. The EPA also plans to eliminate rules to reduce climate pollution from cars and trucks. So, hey guys, hey, if you're conservative, is it good to inhale the exhaust of your car? Is it good to just like, I don't know, close your garage door and inhale the car fumes? No. That will actually kill you. Now imagine more and more of that is done every single day into the air you breathe and into the atmosphere of this planet. Is that good? Is it good that the toxic air that you cannot breathe is going out into the world all day, every day by the vehicles we use? Do you guys remember a little phenomenon called acid rain and rivers being on fire? That was actually a thing about 50 years ago. Okay? Let's see here. Let's take a couple of looks here. let's take a little walk down memory lane here. They want to get rid of this plan, by the way. They also want to get rid of this plan. And also this plan. Does this not have the thing? Oh, it doesn't have the thing. Damn it. Okay. Luckily, one of the first things that the EPA did was take images of how the environment looked pre-EPA. Here's New York City. A smoldering trash heap. Oh, look at this. A waterway in Georgetown, Washington, D.C. You know, what rivers used to look like before the EPA when they just were brown from all of the raw sewage. Wasn't that fun? When your rivers and waterways were just straight up shit. Literally. Or, hey, what about this one? This is a power plant, a chemical plant that is referred to by a name I do not feel comfortable saying because it was the 1970s and it's now 2025. But, you know, they would just build this right next to a goddamn community. And it turns out that smoke these plants were putting up in the air, not good for people to breathe. Crazy. Crazy, I know, but it's bad to inhale the fumes from a chemical plant. Oh, hey, you want to, you know something else? Hey, you know what else the EPA did? It made it illegal to open an arsenic factory right next to a town. Which is what was happening pre-EPA. That giant smokestack right there is smelting arsenic into the air these local people were breathing. God, like, I just want y'all to know that rolling back regulations on this just paves the way for more of that to happen. There was literally a time when there were so many chemical pollutants in our waterways that the water would light on fire. And I think a lot of people just don't know that these days. Do we have it here? God, I can't find the right picture that I'm thinking of. Look at how LA has improved the air quality.
Started the EPA, right? Imagine being such a up president. You make Nixon look good.
Yep.
Do you think that warms Nixon's heart as he looks up from hell?
Probably not. Air quality days by year. God. Total unhealthy hazardous air days in 1980, 287. And now in 2024, down to 133. You literally have 100 more days to spend outside every year because of the work put in to make it safe to breathe oxygen in those cities. I think a lot of like people just don't think that like, oh, the air is just always okay to breathe. No, it's not, actually. God. But, you know, Maybe you're a conservative who doesn't need air or clean water. Maybe it's just not important to you. But you know what is fun? The IRS. Look at that. That's Donald Trump's chief of the IRS. Getting rid of the direct file system. That was the free way for you to easily and for free file your taxes. From here on out, guess what, losers? You now have to pay a company like TurboTax or an accountant to do your taxes for you. Congrats. It just got way more expensive to do your taxes. Yay. Are we great yet? Also, you might have noticed the second part of this headline here. Other audit tech is coming. I wonder what that other audit tech might be. Don't worry, I read the article earlier. It's AI. They're going to use AI to see who needs to be audited. And guess what? It's going to be you guys. It's going to be people like you. It's going to be people like me. It's going to be poor people. Because the IRS doesn't want to audit rich people under Donald Trump. Are you a conservative in a trailer park who has a lot of tipped income? Guess what? They're going to come after you. Congrats. Do you feel great yet? Do you feel great? Also, hey, do you guys remember here? Like, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, there were stories circulating in the news about how there was a white genocide happening in South Africa. And despite the fact that Donald Trump has said we aren't going to let in any more refugees, they opened a limited refugee program for people from South Africa. Do you guys remember that? Well, it turns out someone asked whether or not non-white people from South Africa could come here through that program. The answer was no. This is a program only for white people from South Africa. Because it's a racist program. Because there isn't actually a white genocide happening in South Africa. There's crime, but guess who disproportionately gets targeted in that crime? Black South African farmers. When they talk about like the killings of white South African farmers, they conveniently leave out the black South African farmers, who also get targeted for these crimes, but for some reason aren't allowed in on this asylum program, or refugee program rather. So strange, so bizarre. Who are we great? Is this greatness? Is fabricating these stories great? I don't know. I don't think so. But I'll leave you guys to come to your own conclusions. In my opinion, this is Donald Trump and his fascist cadre of miscreants making America suck and defecating all over the very concepts America stands for in its best moments. So with that being said, there you go. We did a segment. Like, comment, and subscribe. God damn. Click the button? You're right, I should click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button. Oof. Click the goddamn button, folks. Sup, dude? You don't seem okay, so I'm gonna time you out for a while, alright? Let's see. Whew, baby. Not sure if you feel the same way or know that I do, but I fucking hate this timeline. Me too. Hydrate whiskey. I don't know. I think I need some subs or donos to take more whiskey. Fuck. You know, sometimes all I can do is just fuck.
פשיטת רגל מוסרית שבזמן
All right, folks. Whew, we've been going for about 4 hours. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Do I still have the Doritos whiskey or Doritos liquor? I do, but it's not here anymore. It's at the other place. Forlorn, thank you for gifting a sub to Gamergy and to the Knifiest Duck. That is very kind of you. Appreciate it. Whew. All right. Oh God, I wanted to prep a segment. Maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow about the payment processor stuff in itch.io. I was gonna do that today, but fuck. Tired. Well, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I just spent an hour talking about the worst shit that's happening in this country. So I don't feel exactly chipper. The last 6 months has left with feeling like I'm constantly face covered in egg. I knew it was going to be bad, but so much of the dystopian art I love feels like reality at this point. Yeah, except we don't have like the cool, like, I don't know, bionic limbs and shit. You know, like we have like all of the dystopia and none of the upsides from our fiction. I did get my bank to have a company-wide meeting about the itch.io/Steam stuff. Hell yeah, Salmon Moose. How about some analog horror? Unfortunately, I don't have any of that in the tank. All I have is brain rot and all the horrors of the world. Those are the two options that we have. And I guess at this point we might as well dive into the other bag of horror that I have, and then if we get through that, all I have left is brain rot. So, you know, yeah, give me like a minute to just like chill the fuck out, because we're about to get into a very not chill subject. Zia Spots, thank you for the $2 super chat.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
The Elon car is ugly, but I love his AI grok. Don't use the fucking Mecha Hitler, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? That shit is gonna rot your brain. It's literally scientifically shown to rot your brain. And you're rotting your brain with the one that calls itself Mecha Hitler and talks about how the Jews are behind all of the evils of the world. Don't do that to yourself. Is the horror different from brain rot at this point? Yeah, I'd say so. We could do a quick good news break. Yeah. I definitely have I definitely have some of that. Here I have this clip of Ice Cube. All of you kids like Ice Cube these days, right? He's the hip new thing.
Thank you. Hello, Anaheim.
Let's skip ahead here.
Everything that's wrong with Hollywood.
Yeah, man, she right. AI is bullshit. Fuck AI. Fuck AI. Fuck AI. Can't believe y'all got me part of this bullshit. Bro, touch me, motherfucker.
There you go. That was good news, right? And seals that say egg. Egg. Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Where's that clip from? I think it's from like a mini series called The Studio. I don't know. I saw that clip of Ice Cube saying fuck AI, and I was like, I guess I should watch this show. To watch this short ad 5051 put out? Okay.
What the hell? All right, well, since you're here, we got another protest coming up, guys. I will make another video with all the details like I usually do, but it's on, no, you can't. It's on August 2nd from 2 to 6 p.m. at the state capitol. Watch out for my video, guys.
Well, that was cute. That was cute. It was charming.
It's a shame Grok doesn't teach people how to read a room.
It's true. Is this the vomit cam? Yeah. It's true. There are some people who want to fuck AI. For real life. Okay. I guess we can do this. So, folks, I'm going to start over. Ugh. So, folks, we are, of course, in one of the worst timelines, and we have to talk about what's happening in Gaza. It's been too long since I've talked about it. It's not good, to say the least. And we'll start over. I'm actually going to turn off dono messages for this part of stream. God. So, folks, we got to talk about Gaza. We live in a horrible timeline where what is being done to the people in Gaza, to the Palestinians, is unspeakable. The Knesset voted to symbolically annex the West Bank recently. Starvation is on the rise. We've known that starvation is on the rise for years now, since the Israeli military announced a full and complete blockade on anything going into or out of Gaza. And I mean, it's gotten really, really bad. One of the organizations I've always looked to for kind of how things are going in Israel has been B'Tselem, and they went on Christian Amanpour's show, and we're just going to take a look at this interview, if we can. We'll see. But they are an Israeli-based humanitarian organization, a human rights organization. They were one of the first Israel-based organizations to call Israel an apartheid state. They released a report about it years ago that I covered on this channel. And it is... I mean, things have gotten a lot worse since they announced the declared Israel an apartheid state, obviously. And we're going to take a look here at this interview.
B'Tselem's executive director, Yuli Novak, along with Guy Shalev, the CEO of Physicians for Human Rights Israel, who both joined me from Tel Aviv. And it's important to say that this is the unprecedented. No other Israeli organization has taken this step, despite mounting use of this word and accusations of this crime against the current government. So let me ask you, Yuli Novak, first, because B'Tselem has been a leading human rights organization for decades in your country. Since you actually issued this report, what has the response been inside Israel and amongst the Jewish population worldwide?
So thank you, Christian. I'll just say that in our report, what we try to explain there is exactly the how of what we just heard with your previous guest. So how did we get to where we are? How does this Israeli system works? And what we try to write about and to investigate and to analyze is the policy behind it. And that goes also to your question about how Israelis and Israeli society react to it, because this is part and parcel of the fact that genocide is being committed now by this regime. No genocide in history happened without the support, either by taking part or supporting it from afar, or just turning a blind eye of the people, of the group of the perpetrators. And unfortunately, and it is heartbreaking for me as an Israeli, this is exactly what takes place now in Israel. You asked about the reaction to our reports. I would say that 99% of Israelis didn't hear about our report, because part of what the Israeli media is doing is completely deny Israeli public from knowing what's going on.
And I do want to pause here, because that is a hugely important component of what is happening within Israel. I want to actually kind of underscore that with this 30-second long clip. This is from an Israeli news program that had Israel's finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, talking, and this is only from a couple months ago, talking about plans for Gaza.
We are
finally going to conquer the Gaza Strip. We are no longer afraid of the word occupation. Wait, sorry, I should read what he's actually saying. We are finally going to conquer the Gaza Strip. We are no longer afraid of the word occupation. We are conquering Gaza, clearing it out, taking control of every area we enter. Finally, after a year and a half of that, I shout this. Every stage, we're taking control of the humanitarian aid so that it does not become the political supply line for Hamas. We're separating Hamas from the civil population, from the humanitarian aid. We'll eliminate it, defeat it, subdue it, and bring the hostages back. This is the only way. This is them talking about how they are going to control humanitarian aid and justifying their massacres of civilians who are going simply to get bread, simply to get food, simply to get the ability to survive. Right? Here is another another clip. This is from TRT, right? And this is with Itamar Ben-Gvir. Always worth noting, Itamar Ben-Gvir has participated in terrorism within Israel. Okay? And this is his his reaction to Netanyahu allowing a mere trickle of humanitarian aid to go into the Gaza Strip. In a morally bankrupt approach, while our hostages are in Gaza, our prime minister is sending humanitarian aid to Gaza. I think at this stage, the only thing you should be sending to Gaza is shells to bomb, conquer, encourage immigration, and win the war. The only thing we should be sending to Gaza are bombs to kill. These are the messages that the Israeli people get, bombarding them day after day. Day after day. I mean, like, other parts of the world are banning these members of the Israeli government because they are calling for mass violence and ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Other nations around the world can also see what is happening. I mean, for God's sake, soldiers accused of raping Palestinian prisoners and who were set to go on trial were broken out of prison by mobs of Israelis. to help them avoid justice. It is truly, truly awful stuff. And I mean, hey, guess what, everybody? They're not alone. They're not alone in this. Because the Republican Party here in the United States is all too happy to go along with this. Here's Representative Randy Fine, an insane conservative who agrees with this. This is actual starvation, not AI, Yemeni / genetic disorder / next to fat people bullshit Gazans fake to manipulate the weak and stupid. Israel do whatever is necessary in and to Gaza to secure the release of Ram Braslavsky and the other 49 hostages. Anything. Bombs away. Just a blank check. Just truly, truly awful.
First of all, and then there is the overall sentiment and something that became almost normal, the incitement for genocide. So I think, again, it is devastating as an Israeli, but it's a really good example for how disconnected a people that conduct genocide can be from what they actually do.
Before I get into the details of your allegations in this long report, 79 pages, I want to also ask Guy Shalev from Physicians for Human Rights, the Israeli chapter. Israel is...
I should maybe I will read that report on stream. That might be good.
...is a nation that was born out of genocide, out of the Holocaust. This is an unprecedented internal Israeli accusation against the government of committing similar crimes now in Gaza. Again, what led you at this time to decide that it was right to use this word, this legal term, in terms of what's going on right now? What was the criteria for you?
Right. So first of all, as Yuli said, we are doing it with a heavy heart because of our history, my personal family history and my people's history. It's not an easy moment to accuse my own society, my own communities in committing genocide. And for us, we are sticking to the international law, the definition, according to the Genocide Convention that Israel is signed on. And we're looking at the cumulative information that we are gathering from the ground for almost 2 years. We've been working every day in emergency mode for the past almost 2 years to collect the data, to speak with our colleagues in the Gazan healthcare system. And we're looking at the attack, the systematic attack on Gaza's healthcare system and all life-sustaining systems. And when we look at that together, attack after attack, hospital after hospital, blocking of water, blocking of food, destruction of infrastructure that's just needed for people to survive, that's when we get to the conclusion that a genocide is being committed, unfortunately.
So your organization focuses a lot on the medical and the doctors and the hospitals that we have seen and we've reported. And so I understand yours is using that set of information. So you talk about the UN Convention, and indeed the crime of genocide was defined in 1948 by the United Nations as, quote, the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial or religious group as such. And Yuli, based on B'Tselem's examination, you reached the, quote, unequivocal conclusion that Israel is taking coordinated, deliberate action to destroy Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip. So, as you know, as well as I do, that the issue would be intent. Obviously, Israel denies any intent to do that and clearly consistently denies that it is targeting deliberately civilians and that it is going after Hamas. So what you must have built a case around intent, not just what you're observing. So is that correct? Am I correct?
I'll start. I'll say that you just read the legal definition, which is important. But first of all, let's all remember that genocide happened way before 1948. I mean, the legal definition didn't create the phenomena, the social and political phenomena of attacking another group in order to destroy it. And when we're doing this legal analysis, which is super important because perpetrators should be brought to justice, that's not what help people on the ground today. And this cannot be only a theoretical discussion. So let's talk about intent as we see it, as people who have eyes and ears and mind to think. When the top leadership of Israel stands in the first days of this attack, and I'm talking about the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, even the President himself, and telling us what's the goal of this attack. They're telling us destroy Amalek. That means destroy everybody. They are telling us we are fighting human animals and will treat them as such. And I quote, they say it's an entire nation there that is responsible for the crimes of Hamas on October 7th.
What is fascinating to me, and maybe fascinating is the wrong word, but what is very clear to me is that the version of what is happening on the ground in Gaza that most people in America get is filtered through a PR apparatus from Israel, right? So you don't hear when Benjamin Netanyahu comes to the United States, you don't hear him talking about how, oh yeah, we need to invoke Amalek. No, let no living like man, woman, child, or animal stand in Gaza. You don't hear him invoke that when he's talking to people in the United States. You don't hear him invoke that when he's talking with those two morons who he used recently on a podcast. You don't hear him call them animals. But if you tune in to a lot of the Israeli media, you hear this all the time. You hear the dehumanization all the time. It's crazy, especially from Itamar Ben-Gvir, especially from Smotrich. It's an entirely different media world over there. And there's no disguise for it in the media in Israel.
So when you hear that, and then you look on the results and the outcomes, which we just heard about, and you listen to the commanders and the soldiers on the ground, and take all this into account, together with the fact that even if they didn't know it before, which I have a really hard time to believe, once they saw the outcome of their statements, they for sure understand what it means to send a whole army to attack civilians in another area and instructing them to destroy this whole population, telling them that there are no civilian people there. And that exactly comes back to the intention.
Also, in case it's unclear about invoking Amalek as a concept, that comes straight from the Old Testament, from scripture. And it is a story about God telling the Israelites to go and kill every man, woman, and child and animal that is of Amalek. It is a story in the Bible about God commanding a genocide. So when you have Benjamin Netanyahu say that and give that as a marching order, that makes that is beyond clear what he means.
Of genocide, because again, genocide is about attacking people who are being attacked only because they are part of a group, not because what they did personally, not because what they think or who they are. And the second thing, that they have no way to protect themselves. So I'll just say, Israel talking about a war with Hamas, but what we are talking about here is genocide. It's a war that Israel started and attacking the entire population of the Gaza Strip. And that was very clear from their statements from the first day and until today.
Can I ask you here, because I'm going to go through some of these quotes that you've just talked about and that we all heard, and that led a lot in the international community to criticize Israeli leaders for making these comments at the beginning and still. But you said Israel started this. They will say, no, we didn't. Hamas started this on October 7th. So I want to ask you both whether you are prepared to also say that Hamas showed genocidal intent and committed a genocide if they could have done more what they did by targeting an ethnical, religious, national group on October 7th. Let me just ask you, Guy, I don't know whether you've thought about this, but it's a question that other lawyers are asking.
I think, first of all, analyzing what Hamas has done in October 7 is something that is very important. Also looking at the crimes done by Hamas, war crimes, crimes against humanity, during this attack is something that is very important to do. But it's always important to remember that according to international law, according to international humanitarian law, there is no connection between what one party does to what the other party does. And whatever crimes Hamas have done, and they have done that, the crimes, very horrible crimes in October 7, it doesn't excuse or it doesn't justify any crimes done afterwards by Israel in their attack. And I want to address also the question of intent, if I may. The Genocide Convention addresses not only mass killings, bodily harm, but Article 2C of the Convention deals with the systematic infrastructure attack on a people in order to destroy that people. And this is the article that we are focusing in our report on the attack on healthcare and health-sustaining infrastructure. And when you
honestly, I think that was a really great response. I think that was a really diplomatic way of saying that's a relatively irrelevant question to what's in our report.
You look at the attack on healthcare, you see pattern of conduct. You see an attack after attack. Already in October 13, just 5 days after the attack started, Israel issued 22 evacuation orders for 22 hospitals in the entire area of the Gaza City and the northern part of the Strip. More than 1 million civilians were in that area at that time. How are they going? They will be able to survive if all of their hospitals are evacuated? What happens to the patients? What happens to the staff members? These are not coincidental. This is a policy. It's a decision made, and a decision made that the results are very, very clear. And when we look at these attacks, these policies, one after the other, for 22 months of destroying a hospital after.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that B'Tselem has the media training and chops to be able to handle a question like that, considering they're constantly under attack by Israeli media. Like they are not a well-liked organization within Israel because they critique the Israeli government.
Hospital, killing more than 1,500 doctors and medical workers, detaining more than 300. These are policies that we unfortunately see the results now on the ground.
Let me just ask you, Guy, because I have to. As you know, Israel says Hamas inhabits those hospitals underneath gun positions, command centers. What do you say to that?
Maybe I'll ask you back. Have you seen the evidence?
I have not, because I haven't been there, and
is
this
no.
is another huge problem, Guy. It's a huge problem. We, international journalists who are fully equipped to be able to see and analyze and report what's going on, and who've spent a whole career doing it, have not been allowed in there. I'm just asking you to respond to their response. And what the US says, and what the Brits say, and what the Europeans have said throughout. You know, it's their defense. No, I want to hear, Guy.
So the fact is that the evidence that, so the evidence that they presented is very thin. Israel attacked 33.
I mean, I understand why she's asking these questions. Like, Christiane Amanpour is a very well-seasoned journalist and a very well-respected one as well. The fact that she's having these people on CNN at all is really, really impressive to me. Like, the bar is low and in hell, but this is a good deal above that. But also, in a sense, she has to ask them this because this is likely going to be one of their main only shots at mainstream like breakthrough in the US context. Like I have no illusions that she's like pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel, like, but I do think that she has a very strong reputation as a fair and reputable journalist. So I think that her responses here are, you know, I don't have evidence. I can't have the evidence because Israel won't let us in. So I need you as the people in this interview to break down your response and why you don't believe whatever evidence the Israeli state is bringing to bear, because they need to be able to demonstrate that, at least in the eyes of a predominantly Western audience, you know?
Of the 36 medical facilities in Gaza. For each and every of these facilities, they claim that Hamas has a command center within the premises of these hospitals, apart from two. And later on, Israel took control of these entire facilities, wing by wing, department by department. They had full control over the entire premises of these institutions, but still did not present the evidence. Of course, we can assume that if Israel had the evidence of command centers in each and every of these hospitals, they would present it to the world because, of course, they would want to show that they act according to these evidence. But unfortunately, there is no evidence, and the proportionality is another thing. You cannot destroy an entire system of healthcare providing for more than 2 million people with these very vague and general accusations.
And we can see the result now. People are essentially wasting away. They can't get the medicine, they can't get the care, and they are starving. So, Yulia.
And like the starvation is pretty advanced, guys. It's quite bad. And you might be hearing in the media that it's not so bad. All right. Let's take a look here. You know what? This might be a good juxtaposition here. Okay. Let's throw this out. Okay. So on the one hand, you have images that are coming out of Gaza. For example, here's published in Forward. This is a picture of Yazan, a malnourished 2-year-old Palestinian boy. No 2-year-old should ever look like this. No 2-year-old should ever look like this. And it is only getting worse and worse by the day. Here is Donald Trump being asked about that, by the way.
When you were in the Middle East, you talked about the images coming out of Gaza and the starving kids. Those images are still going. Many of them are much worse. Thinner children, starving. What do you see or feel when you look at those images today?
Well, it's terrible. You know, when I see the children, and when I see, especially over the last couple of weeks, and people are stealing the food, they're stealing the money, for the food. They're stealing weapons. They're stealing everything. It's a mess. That whole place is a mess. The Gaza Strip, was given many years ago so that they could have peace. That didn't work out too well. When Israel gave that up, whoever was the prime minister at the time, who I know who it was, but it was not exactly a very clever thing to do, because that was given so that they finally have peace, and it's actually...
I don't care about the rest of what he has to say. Basically, he's saying, well, they're the terrorists. The terrorists are stealing the aid. Well, Interestingly enough, the New York Times, not necessarily known for a bastion of pro-Palestinian sentiment, published this just a couple days ago. No proof Hamas routinely stole UN aid, Israeli military officials say. Israel has long restricted aid to Gaza on the argument that Hamas steals it to use as a weapon of control over the population. On Saturday, the Israeli military announced new airdrops of aid because, hey, guess what? It turns out that no one was ever stealing the goddamn aid. Even the New York Times is now repeating that. This, of course, follows months of the Israeli military gunning down Palestinians seeking food at food distribution sites. The Israeli military set up multiple food distribution sites so that people could get a meager amount of food to live on. And when they showed up to get that food, soldiers were periodically given orders to fire at random on these people looking to feed their kids. Between May and July, over 1,000 people were killed and gunned down on the orders of the Israeli military. And it was given on the orders of the Israeli military because Haaretz released a report filled with testimonials from officers and soldiers in the Israeli military saying, yes, we received orders to fire at random into these crowds. Thousands were killed, but potentially tens of thousands were injured because they were just spraying at random into the crowds. And I want to I want to bring it back to, hey, remember how we were talking about how the Israeli media covers these things? Let's take a look at how they were covering this. This footage was obtained by Zateo. It comes courtesy of, it comes from Channel 14. It was aired on July 21st of this year. Shimon Ricklin, there's a campaign in the Israeli media about Israel starving the Gazans. I have to tell you from the pictures I see, I think they might need to lose some weight. You could call it selective starvation, like the selective outrage of the left, because in the pictures you see very, very thin children really starving, and their parents are fat and healthy sometimes, even maybe suffering. It's a really unique phenomenon. Do we have the picture of the mother and the girl who supposedly died of starvation? Asaf? Oh God, it's so awful. It's so awful. Maybe we should put it on. What is she already dead? You have to see the mother. I'm just gonna, they talk so fast. You have to see the mother. Come see a starving woman. You have to see. Let's put it this way. When you see the mother, you understand why the girl died of starvation. Do we have that? Raise it a little higher. Lower it. This is not a starving woman. No, this is a woman who may have eaten all of her child's food. This is a woman who ate a whole goat, who ate the child herself. Exactly. But guys, if a 4-year-old girl died, let's be a little... No, wait a minute. A 4-year-old girl also died yesterday in Belinson, a hospital in Israel. Firstly, you don't know if the girl died. I don't see a girl. Secondly, we didn't talk about the girl at all. We talked about the mother. We show the mother who is borderline obese. I have a hard time believing that an obese woman has a child who died of starvation. I'm very sorry, unless she eats. Do you see her? She's not a hungry woman. Nothing will change that. By the way, it's possible that there was a girl who died, maybe from an illness or something else. Exactly, that's what I said. Maybe we didn't talk about it. A girl from a mother like that wouldn't starve. Look at that. Look at the donuts she has. Props to Zateo for getting that footage. This is the way they report on a woman whose 4-year-old daughter starved to death. This is how they report on that. This is how the mainstream media in Israel talks about Palestinians. Like it's not like it's an entirely different world over there. It like the idea there is a reason, right? What's I have no words. I'm getting all mixed up. In the United States and in the European press, there is this constant, oh man, is it genocide? Is it not? Like, oh man, I don't know. But like, what about the intent, right? I don't know how you watch an actual honest to God entire news station apparatus report on the death of a 4-year-old girl from starvation and see them mocking her mother for not looking like they think a mother should look if their child starved to death. And they were laughing about it. They were laughing about it. When we talk about like there's a genocide in Gaza, that genocide is enabled by an incredibly complicit and incredibly vocal media apparatus within Israel itself. It is not just, oh, the Israeli military sans anything else doing this. And I would urge, if you encounter other people who are saying, oh, it's not genocidal, it's not a genocide, have them watch the state media of Israel. Have them watch Israeli news. Because this is the kind of shit they talk about and how they talk about Palestinians all the time. All the time. Like, when this is all said and done, you know how in our media and in our stories and in our history lessons, we talk about the dehumanization that took place over the radio in Rwanda during the Rwandan genocide. We talk about that extensively when we teach it to children, when we see it in film, when we see documentaries. It is covered extensively. There is going to be exponentially more of that type of content in the future when it comes to how we talk about this particular moment in time. There is going to be so much footage of people in the media in Israel just talking about how these people are subhuman, how these people are like eating their own children. Haha, look at how fat they are. They must be eating their kids. And it's not just going to be from soldiers like high-fiving on the front line. It's going to be from like the newscasters themselves.
יש קמפיין בתקשורת הישראלית על כך שישראל
God. Unspeakable.
I want to ask you, Yuli, some critics have said that using this particular legal term, which is a step above the general accusation of war crimes, which even some Israelis, such as your former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, former Defense Secretary or Defense Minister Moshe Ya'alon, and others, use the word war crimes, but they haven't gone to the word genocide. But I want to ask you, what do you think the result will be? Will the government take your report and say, we're going to do something about this? Or will they
No, they're
go
not.
into a greater defensive crouch and, I don't know,
they're going to pretend
fight
it doesn't
back harder?
exist.
What do you think? I guess, what's your ultimate goal?
So our ultimate goal is to save lives and to protect human rights. And no, I don't think the Israeli government showed us any sign that they are about to do it. They don't care about what we say, about what you say, about what the international media say. They've proven us that. They are becoming more and more delusional. You just asked a guy about the medical system. They are also claiming that there is no starvation in Gaza, right? So I wouldn't count on them not to stop it by themselves, not to understand the depths of this disaster that they are bringing upon this land, not only because dozens of thousands of people are got killed and starved and getting killed, but because what they are doing is taking out the most basic sense and rules and norms of humanity out of this space. And that is what genocide is about marking a group of people as non-humans, strip them from their humanity and their rights, and then you can do whatever you can to them. And then, just to say, there is no justification for that. Israel can say whatever they want and use whatever excuse, whether it is Hamas, whether it is October 7 or whatever. And October 7 was real. For all of us, it was probably the scariest days of most Israelis I know, including me. But that doesn't allow you to start a war against an entire people in order to destroy them and to eliminate them. So in that sense, no, I don't think Israel government will do anything. What I do hope for is that leaders of the world, which not for the first time see genocide live, know exactly what happened, very much aware, we are all very much aware of what takes place on the ground. And I agree with you, once journalists will go in, probably we'll see reality that is much worse than anything we know. But it's not the first time that leaders of the world allow a regime to attack people in that way, to conduct genocide, and they are either standing by and let it happen, or keep cooperating with it and enabling this horror to take place.
Worth noting, how is Donald Trump handling all of this? Worth asking the question, right? How's he handling this? What does he think should be done? Let's take a look. Here's from his recent trip to Scotland.
Humanitarian situation in Gaza, we hear very dire warnings about.
I think it's terrible what happened with Hamas. They tapped everybody along, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what response Israel has to that. But it's getting to be that time.
It's getting to be that time. If you're wondering what that means, it means that he's giving Netanyahu the go-ahead to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. That's what that means. Here is Here is a reporter asking a question of State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce. Footage courtesy of DropSite.
Thank you, Tammy. Two quick questions. A follow-up on Tom. Between the 20th of January till the 2nd of March, upward of 600 trucks were going in a day. There's no evidence of any trucks were being stolen. No evidence of violence around the aid and so on. Doesn't that speak well of the former system that was in place to get aid in?
Well, without knowing what you're referring to or having the data or who's reporting those numbers, that would be speculation on my part. What we do know is that in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, the defense that Israel was applying regarding that dynamic, the efforts to get food in to Gaza, even recently, have failed miserably. We do know that everyone, as they had stopped food delivery because of the dangers on the ground. That was the driving force. Was even for us before GHF was we want to get material into the region, but we want to be able to do it somewhat safely and without it being looted or taken by Hamas. And no one had ideas about how to make that happen, and the GHF plan achieves that. What comes after this, I can't also tell you. That's a different, and there will be a day when we're discussing the redevelopment of Gaza and new issues about the markets of Gaza and the peace of Gaza and who's running Gaza. Those will also be maybe fraught conversations, but boy, I think we both look forward to those days.
Yeah, and another quick question. Yesterday, the Chief of Staff of the Israeli Army, General Zamir, said that the current strategy, including storming Deir al-Balah with tanks and so on, and including apparently the starvation strategy, is aimed at forcing Hamas to release the hostages. And today, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, said that they have a green light from the Trump administration to basically remove Gazans by force and create.
I need to stop you right there. I can't have a conspiracy theory, an accusation against President Trump about what someone says that they've been allowed to do.
This goes on for another minute or so of her chewing out this reporter for having the audacity to ask, hey, one of the 3 people in the war cabinet in Israel is saying that Donald Trump has given them the green light to do an ethnic cleansing in Gaza. What do you have to say about that? And her response is, I don't have time to respond to conspiracy theories about what one person out there may have said. It's not just one person. It's one of the 3 people commanding the Israeli military at this particular moment in time. It is genocidal.
So in that sense, I think it's not only an issue of the victims, the Palestinians or the Israelis as the perpetrators. Genocide is an issue that every human being should be concerned about and stand against. And people of the world need to demand from their leaders to do whatever they can in order to stop the Israeli government from keep doing that.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you both, because part of the 79, part of the big report that you've put out, I know they're separate reports, but nonetheless, you have used, and you mentioned it earlier on in this interview, several quotes from Israeli leaders. You quoted Prime Minister Netanyahu about Amalek, which I know goes back to a biblical and historical fight back after an attack. But that, they now say, part of that quote is actually on the Yad Vashem monument. It's part of, an Israeli internal, you fight back when you are attacked. That's one response. When President Isaac Herzog in October said it's an entire nation out there that's responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians who are not aware and not involved. It's absolutely not true. And we will fight until we break their backbone. And then we're told that in the same appearance, he goes on to say there's no excuse to murdering innocent civilians in any way, in any context. And then, of course, we've got Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, also at the beginning in October, calling for a complete siege. And I think he said no food, no water, no electricity, saying we are fighting human animals.
Yeah. He did, in fact, say that. Yoav Gallant, in charge of the entire Israeli military.
In his context, again, his defenders say he was referring to Hamas, not all people of Gaza.
Yeah, how are you going to stop all that food and water getting to Hamas, though? How are you going to stop that electricity? Oh, yeah, you're going to stop it from going into all of Gaza. That's not a defense.
Deputy Knesset Speaker Nissim Vaturi from the Likud party posted that Israelis had one common goal, quote, erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. So there are a lot of very, very hard comments that have been made by your leaders that would lead you to make certain conclusions. But what do you say when they say, well, no, this was the context and this is what we said, also?
So I would say first, leaders should take responsibility, and our leaders definitely don't know how to do it, not when it concerns their own Israeli Jewish citizens, right, that are being left to die in the hands of Hamas in captivity, and for sure not when it has to do with Palestinians' lives. And, I'm sorry, I can't accept it. I didn't mean that. Well, you are a prime minister, and if you realize that you did something that you said something that turned into a genocide, into a mass killing, into a mass destruction that goes on and on and on for almost 2 years now, you had enough opportunities to stop it. And, as we sit now here and talk, bulldozers and D9 are rushing through whatever left of Palestinian cities in Gaza in order just to ruin it, just to make sure, as Guy said before.
It's true. We've actually seen some of the drone footage of these destructions. They're going block by block in these cities. Do we have more recent footage? I'm seeing some results on Instagram. Let's see if we can get a YouTube source. God. All right, we'll use this one. It's from CNN.
Has taken in Gaza since November 5th, 2023. It was filmed for CNN on the first day of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas after 15 months of war. In a recent report, the United Nations estimates that 60% of buildings in Gaza have been either damaged or destroyed by Israeli airstrikes and military operations, which has displaced about 90% of the population.
Cool. That wasn't the footage I was looking for, but I think it demonstrates the point.
That there will be no way to sustain life there. That's what the Israeli army is doing now, just as it was ordered by statements of officials that you just read. And for if anyone is questioning, no, they didn't stop with this incitement. The Israeli public discourse.
By the way, here's an article from The Guardian. Seeking bulldozer drivers to demolish Gaza, how a genocide is being outsourced. Yep. Now the IDF is posting Facebook ads for bulldozer operators to help demolish the strip. Reports from Israeli outlets show the IDF is facing a shortage of drivers and is recruiting civilians for military operations in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. Yeah, very interesting note here. They are also doing the same shit in Syria and Lebanon, because part of this is to seize and hold on to land, not just in Gaza, but also in the other nations that it is has active military operations within.
Including our politicians, but not only, is full of incitement to genocide, a clear and incitement to genocide that mostly is directed towards Gaza. But we have to say here, and that's also in our report, we are also here to warn about the possibility that the genocide will not stay confined to Gaza, because the same regime with the same army, the same commanders, and sometimes the same practices, even if in a lower scale, are taking place in the West Bank. And right now there is no mechanism, either local or international, that is working to stop or able or want to stop Israel from doing it. And the Palestinians everywhere under Israeli control is now left completely unprotected.
Guy,
I'm supposed to say something about, sorry.
Let me just ask you this, because we may be running out of a bit of time, but in the report, you basically both say the October 7th Hamas attack led to, quote, profound social and political changes in Israeli society. So, Guy, I just want you to reflect on that. And also, a personal question to you both of the toll it's taken on you to collect this and to report it, knowing that your nation will not thank you for this. Guy?
Right. So, when we look at the attack on Gaza, it, of course, hasn't started in October 7. We look much more to the past. We see how the dehumanization of Palestinians is part of Israeli culture and Israeli politics for many, many years. And definitely the October 7 attack, with the trauma it aroused in Israeli society, was a trigger, a very dangerous trigger for people to just consider the other as less human than they are. It caused people to not want to engage, not want to get the information. That is what our two organizations are really struggling with. We are collecting the data, speaking in Hebrew with the people here, with our families, our communities. We want them to know. We want them to know what's going on, because denial is what allows these atrocities to continue. And we are hoping that by them reading, getting to know what's being done in their name, will get people here in Israel to rise up, demand the government to stop these attacks, and hopefully stop the genocide.
Well, you know, I mean, Ehud Barak has asked for peaceful, non-violent mass resistance. Yulia, in the last 30 seconds that we have, how are you feeling after doing this? Are you afraid?
I am afraid, but not more than I was 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I am afraid about the future of this place, about my ability to raise my son here. What I do feel a bit better is the fact that we were able, in our organizations, Israelis and Palestinians, we have dozens of Palestinians from the West Bank, from Gaza, and from inside Israel, who work together with Jewish Israelis to try and make sense of what we see around, although this making sense is an horrific reality that we need to face, and to struggle together, opposing also the polarization and the imagination that this imaginative thing that or ethics that we cannot live together. So basically what we are trying to do here is take forward the struggle of the people who live here, in order to create a space where we all can live safely.
Well, Yulie Novak, Executive Director of B'Tselem, and Guy Shalev, CEO of Physicians for Human Rights in Israel, thank you both very much for joining us on this important report.
It's real bad, guys. It's real bad. We have another development to talk about, just real quick. Here, it's very short, but be warned. There's a content warning on this one.
Yeah, nobody. No, I know. These children are in very, very bad, life-threatening conditions, and so this is absolutely unacceptable. I mean, there are children that are starving here. I've seen them with my own eyes. Apparently, Mr. Woodcoff is going to be here and not too far away. If that's okay with the staff here, I would invite him to come here and see for himself what's happening here.
If Mr. Witkoff is going to come to Israel, then I would invite him to come inside Gaza. Come inside and take a look for yourself. Don't believe what other people are saying. Take a look with your own eyes. Come into Nasser, come into the ICU with me and walk around and take a look at the patients. And you will see that what is really happening is a forced starvation of an entire population. And it's not a earthquake or a storm that came and is harming people. This is a man-made disaster that is designed this way to hurt the entire population. So come and look for yourself and maybe open your heart and open your eyes, and so that way you can see the truth.
So the U.S. envoy and the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Witkoff and Huckabee, are going to visit the Gaza Strip tomorrow, or rather later today, I guess. I struggle to conceive of a world where one can see children that emaciated, that close to death, and not do something about it. It's really awful, and I wish I could tell you guys that this is where things turn. I will say that at the very least, some Democratic senators, not enough, mind you, but some are changing their tune. Here's Adam Schiff, who just a couple months ago was photographed with Benjamin Netanyahu, finally acknowledging the horrors that are happening daily in Gaza. Here's Ken Martin putting out a statement about what is happening in Gaza. Again, in my mind, this is far too little, far too late. Especially, I mean, like, I will say, I do appreciate Senator Chris Van Hollen for this particular thing that he put out. He interviewed a U.S. Army veteran who has been on the ground in Gaza and put this out there. So let's take a look.
Well, thank you for getting together, and let me start by thanking you for your service in the U.S. military. Maybe you can talk a little bit about your prior service. I also know you come from a military family.
I do, yes, sir. So I do come up from a military family, and I ultimately made the decision to join the military. I attended the United States Military Academy at West Point. I was commissioned as an infantry officer. Upon my commission, I immediately deployed to combat Iraq the first time Afghanistan, and many. So in my 25-year career, I have 12 combat deployments to places all over the world: Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, the like.
Adam Schiff voted to continue sending military aid to Israel. Of course he did.
And 2008, I decided that I wanted to try out and join Special Forces. So I went to selection at Fort Bragg, and I became a Green Beret. So the remaining of my career, I was a U.S. Army Green Beret. And
so you've seen a lot of combat.
Seen a lot of combat, sir.
And you mentioned a couple places, Afghanistan. Where else?
Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Tajikistan. I was also deployed to Operation Enduring Freedom in Southeast Asia and the Philippines and fighting the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Yeah. So I was in the Philippines, also Thailand, Malaysia, Cambodia, and then other Central Asian countries, small stint in Kazakhstan. And,
yeah. And then you signed up for this effort that they were saying was going to help feed people in Gaza. What made you decide you wanted to try to do that?
Well, sir, I had been familiar with the situation in Gaza. I had never been deployed to Israel or anything in nature that was involved in it, but reading the news and keeping up with what's going on. And, you know, the motto of Special Forces is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. So that motto isn't something that I just sit to the side when I got out of the Army. It's something that I live by. And so I felt that, you know, people that are starving, that need food, that are hungry, that are dying, that sounds like oppression to me. And I wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah. And so you became engaged in that. And
I mean, I understand what he means, but the phrasing of that was a little clunky in a humorous way. I know what he means, though.
Then, based on what you saw, you've decided to come forward and speak out. So why are you speaking out now?
So on the 14th of June, I terminated my contract. I made my reasons explicitly clear. I'm coming out now because I feel that it's important that the American people know from a trusted and reliable source, from someone that was there. I spent days on every site of the secure distribution sites in Gaza that are run by the GHF, all 4 sites. I spent days on end at all 4 of those sites. I spent days on end in an armored vehicle doing the delivery of aid. And the American people need to know what the United States is involved in Gaza. We're not bystanders. We are a part of it. U.S. tax dollars are going towards this effort. Americans are on the ground, armed, in Gaza, engaging with Palestinians and involved in things that America needs to know about.
What specifically do people need to know is happening right now as a result of the GHF operation?
The American people need to be aware that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation method of aid distribution was designed, by design, is inherently dangerous. It lures Palestinians into active war zones throughout Gaza to get food that they need. Under the UN method, there were 400 sites. Now there's only 4.
Jesus.
All 4 of those sites are co-located with Israeli positions in active combat zones. That's not humanitarian. By design, it is inherently dangerous. By execution, it is failing. It failed to launch. It hasn't achieved success. It is not achieving success now. It has failed, it is failing, and it will not succeed because it's not run by people that know anything about humanitarian assistance, humanitarian aid, or this type of work. It would be if some...
Yeah, it's designed to fail. It is designed to kill Palestinians.
Someone asked me to do brain surgery. I'm educated, but I can't do that.
Absolutely, and we've seen and heard about these stories of very hungry, starving Palestinians having to crowd around toward these 4 centers to get food.
Yes, sir.
And in the process have been subject to fire, being shot by IDF soldiers and others. Have you witnessed any of that?
I have witnessed it.
I want to just point out that this guy is deeply uncomfortable with what he's about to talk about. Like, you can see how he's like, just his hands are just like constantly moving.
On all 4 locations with my own eyes. I have not only bear witness to it, touched it, felt it, heard it there on the ground right in front of me. I also captured a lot of it on video and on photos. And the proof is undeniable. And the proof is not videos and pictures alone. The proof is also witness, which is me. And I know what I saw. I'm a man of integrity. I've served my country and I've proven that, and I can be trusted. So what I saw on numerous occasions are the Israeli Defense Forces firing into the crowds of the Palestinians, firing over their head, firing at their feet, firing into the crowd. Not just with rifles or machine guns, but tanks, tank rounds, artillery, mortars, missiles. Not because they were combatants or because they were hostile or because they were Hamas, but simply as a means to control the crowd. Why I say that the process under GHF is inherently dangerous is because those crowds are the size that the crowds are because of the process of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and how we're delivering aid. There's only 4 sites.
Yeah. Compared to 400.
Compared to 400. More importantly is that no one in Gaza City, in Jabalia, where right now I think it is, everybody can agree is the most vulnerable population going into starvation and famine. There are no distribution sites from GHF north of the Netzarim corridor at all. They're all south of the Netzarim corridor. No one from Gaza City or north of the Netzarim corridor can go south of the Netzarim corridor. So the entire vulnerable population that the world has pulled the alarm on, that is in the time of crisis and on the verge of famine, can't get to any of the aid. Can't even get to it. And we're not taking it to them. So in order to reach each of these sites, throughout all of the rest of Gaza, central to South Gaza, there are only 4 sites, and 3 of them are all the way in the south, located right in the middle of the IDF's Operation Gideon's Chariots, which is an offensive operation. Not security, not defense, but an offensive war. That these civilians...
So understand that when Israel is talking about, oh, well, we're distributing aid now, it's a lie. There are aid sites. You have to go through Israeli combat lines to get there. You have to go through active bombing zones. You have to go through like sniper fire. And then if you get there, they might still shoot you. This cannot be considered aid. It can only be considered a trap.
Civilians have to walk through, and they get shot at. They get shot at by the IDF, and unfortunately, they get shot at by American contractors on the ground.
And you've witnessed this directly.
I have witnessed it. I would, one of the photos that I took, sir, was this photo here. This young boy, his name is Amir. I know that because he and I talked. I took this photo. This is on, this hurts, I get a little emotional with this because this is on Secure Distribution Site 1 on the 27th of May, the second day we had done distribution. At this point, the second in charge of the entire contract resigned in protest based on how distribution went on the 26th of May on day 1. He notified the leadership. He said, I can't be a part of this anymore. We continued. This young man on this site, as you can see, he doesn't have a box. He's carrying things that he found on the ground. Because on the sites, it became a free-for-all. It became a survival of the fittest. The Gaza Olympics. Yeah. Hunger Games.
Hunger Games.
Dystopian to the 10th degree.
The Israelis, by the way, also call them the Hunger Games.
Horrible. There was no box for this young man, so he picked up some things that he found on the ground, and he was so thankful for even that, and he walked up to me, and he extended his hand, and I beckoned for him to come forward, and he grabbed my hand, and he kissed my hand, and he said, "Shukran, shukran." And he was sincere. He was crying. He walked 8 kilometers to get there. No shoes.
Yep.
Probably hasn't eaten in days. So for anybody that says that the people of Gaza are not starving, I beg to differ. I've seen different. This young man, then he held my hand and he kissed it, and I kneeled down to look at him in the face so I can let him know that, people care. You're not alone. People care. And he set down his bags and he put his hands on my face and he kissed me. And he looked at me and he said, "Shukran." And I was like, "You're welcome." And he says, "Thank you." And he picked up his bags and he went back to join this group. And this was the last remaining group of people on the site that were picking up remnants of aid. And he left through the exit of site number 1. The exit of site number 1 goes north to the Marag corridor, which is a combat area, a fighting area.
Yeah.
The IDF opened up with machine gun fire into the crowd to get them to leave faster, to get them to hurry. Shooting at their feet, shooting over their heads, shooting into the berm. There's video of this. It's been verified. That's the first time I had experienced such use of force against, so I didn't know what was going on because he had walked through the berm and I heard the shooting. So I ran up to the berm to look, and there were dead Palestinians. He was one of them.
Oh my God.
So
the boy who just kissed you.
Who said thank you.
Yeah.
Who wasn't a threat. The people that we promised that we're going to bring food to, that we're going to feed. Not only are we not feeding them adequately, we're not providing enough. Right now, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has achieved 82 million meals delivered into Gaza.
What? The boy who had walked 8 kilometers without shoes, who hadn't eaten in days, who was so grateful to have food, the scraps of food left behind, that he cried and kissed this man on the hand and the face, who left through the exit corridor as designated by the IDF, was then massacred by the IDF for not leaving soon enough. This, by the way, is why I say thank you to Senator Van Hollen, because I think putting this out is a genuine public service, because every single person should see this. Every single person should see this. I'm linking this video into chat. You can share it around your friends and family.
They've been doing that over as of today, 60 days of distribution. So at the rate of what the UN was doing, they are operating at a performance rate of 3%. 3%.
Compared to what was
not 3% below.
Delivered to the other, yeah.
3%, period. If the amount of aid that the UN was delivering, 500 to 600 trucks a day, let's just say 500 trucks a day is the mark, UG Solutions, SRS, GHF are delivering 18 trucks a day on average.
By the way, 500 trucks a day would still not be enough food to feed a population of 2 million people. It would still not be enough food to feed that population. That's my understanding anyway.
We're starving people.
At just 4 sites.
At just 4 sites. And in order to get to it, the people getting to it have to endure gunfire, have to endure an 8 to 12 kilometer walk one way to get there.
Yeah.
And then after they receive aid from the site, they can't go back home. Because once you're west of the Magan Oz corridor or north of the Morag corridor between the coastal corridor, you can't leave. So all of these people, if you're in Khan Yunis and you head south to get aid, because site number 4 is not open that day, which is common. They're not all open. So on any given day, there's only 1 or 2 open. So if they can't get aid at site 4 and they want to go down south to get site 1, they then are stuck down there. They're displaced. They can't go home. They go to the Nasser camp or they go to the Mawasi refugee camp. They can't go home. So the United States, not just UG Solutions, not just Safe Reach Solutions, not just the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the United States of America is complicit in setting mouse traps with cheese of the food is the bait to bring them down and then displace them from the north.
So this is, in your view, a big part of the displacement strategy that's going on right now.
Yeah, this is their mechanism of ethnic cleansing.
It is the displacement strategy.
Yeah.
It is how it's being done. Now, did GHF or SRS or UG Solutions sign up to do that? I don't believe so. But
are they still doing it? Yep.
Even after the first day of being there, it doesn't, you don't have to be Clausewitz to figure out that if we're supposed to be distributing humanitarian aid, why aren't we building aid sites where the need is? If everybody's north, why are we building sites in the south? How do they get here? Oh, well, they walk. Oh, so they displace from where they live to come here to get food. And do they get to go back? No. So we're displacing people. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And we're a part of it. The United States government, through its $30 million to the State Department, to GHF, the American taxpayer, Americans that are on the ground with guns, we are complicit in the displacement of a population of people. Innocent, starving people who we say, we're here to feed you. Come and get some food. And we use it as bait. And most of them don't survive.
Yeah, it's been horrible reading about what's happening. I see you have some other things here, a video. Is there anything else you want to?
Well, just a couple things here I wanted to show you. So this young boy, I talked to him. So this is your typical Palestinian when they reach the site, how thankful they are. They're not a threat.
Just as an FYI, just a couple weeks ago, the United States State Department ordered 500 tons of emergency food to be destroyed. This, by the way, was 500 tons of emergency food that was stored in the Middle East. We have the capacity to feed every single person in Gaza.
Yeah. This gentleman here gave me the peace sign, and then he kissed at me, and he said, thank you. This young boy right here, as I told you, this young boy on site number 2, this young boy is picking up noodles with his bare hands because there were no boxes of aid. So with his right hand, he's picking up noodles that he's then shifting out to put in his backpack because that's all he got. His face is red and flushed because he got pepper sprayed in the face by a UG contractor.
You witnessed that?
Witnessed it, saw it. That's why I took the picture.
Yeah.
This young girl, happy to be there. Some of us with our own money purchased cookies for the kids because the boxes just have rice, flour, fava beans, nothing that you can actually eat until you cook it.
Yeah.
So we bought cookies for the kids. This girl has a package of cookies. These packages are a pack of packages, and she took the whole thing for me, and I was like, okay. She took it and then opened it and was handing it out to other children. These are the Palestinians. These are the people of Gaza. This isn't Hamas. This isn't a bad guy. This could be my daughter.
Yeah.
Fuck. And so many people in Gaza are in such an advanced level of starvation that you can't even give them food anymore. Once you reach a certain level, your body begins to consume your organs, and then you start experiencing organ failure. And your body can't process normal food.
These aren't the criminals. This man here picking up a bag of flour, I took this photo. He's thanking me, not a threat. This young girl here, this is at site number 4, distribution site 4.
Yeah.
This is who we're starving. These people, her.
Yeah.
That could be my neighbor.
Yeah.
This young boy right here, I mean, he even looks like my son. This could be my son. Thankful, happy. And this young boy didn't get any aid because by the time he got there, everything was gone. He was happy just for the fact, the idea that we were there to help.
Jesus.
This is who we're starving. This is who's dying. This young boy, this is on site number 1, early in the morning. Happy to be there. He got 1 box. Him and his family got a box. Just happy. Never at any time on all 4 distribution sites, at distributions through morning, afternoon, night, throughout the night, during the day, did I ever witness a threat, hostility, even anything close to hostility, ever, in the whole group.
Yeah.
Another picture of a young boy just thankful.
So absolutely no reason for anybody to be shooting at them.
No reason. This woman here, this is site 1. She was hit in the head with a piece of shrapnel from a stun grenade that was thrown by a UG Solutions contractor. It hit her in the head and knocked her unconscious. Before she left that site, I was hit with it also.
You were hit?
With a piece of the stun grenade. I got stitches in my arm from it. I was wounded from it. And this...
The only wound he got was from the abuse heaped upon Palestinians.
The gentleman that helped me up off the ground was a Palestinian man, the man that's here covering his face because the stun grenades have tear gas in them. So when they explode, not only do they fire these pellets, they also expend tear gas. And the gentleman helped me up, and then he went here to help the woman in black, help the woman in red onto the cart. I went up to thank him. I said, thank you. And I placed my hand on her, motionless, lifeless. Unfortunately, throughout my life and my military career in war, I have touched and been next to a lot of dead people.
Yeah.
I would raise my right hand in a court of law and attest to the fact that she was dead. Not from the IDF, not from starvation, not from trampling because Hamas incited a stampede. We killed her. That's not the American way. This man here, this was on site number 1. Again, early in the morning. He was on the ground picking up noodles. A UG contractor yelled at him and said, get out of here. He doesn't speak English. We don't speak Arabic. We only had 1 translator per site for thousands of people. So that's how we spent money. We spent money on a lot of guns and 1 translator. This man was then sprayed in the face with pepper spray, and he was immobilized. This young man, this worker here is a local Palestinian worker who was dumping water on his face. And that wasn't done by the IDF. That wasn't done by Hamas. That was done by an American contractor who...
And, you know, the Palestinians, they know that these sites are honeypots. They know that these sites are traps. They know that these sites are dangerous. They just have no other options. They have no other options.
Is there in a very complex and complicated environment trying to do the best he or she can with no rules of engagement, no standard operating procedures, no escalation of force procedures. None of this has been provided. And all of us, sir, are in Gaza. We are in Israel on a tourist visa.
Unbelievable.
We are in the country of Israel, in Gaza, carrying weapons
tourist visa.
and doing this,
And a tourist visa.
and doing this, and doing this, and we are there on a tourist visa. If my grandmother wanted to go visit Jerusalem, she would go into Israel on the same way that I did as a contractor with a gun.
Unbelievable. So who is like giving the orders for all the GHF operations?
Great question, sir. I was told very explicitly, directly to my face, that our client is the IDF.
Your client is the IDF.
Our client is the IDF. And this came out in a discussion once where I was in the control room. I was on I was on control room duty that day. We had shifted responsibilities on a rotational base. So I was in there that day with the radio observing site number 2 distribution. A Palestinian man had picked up some children to let them step on his shoulders to get onto a berm because they were being crushed in the crowd. Site 2 is very small, smallest of all 4 sites. And these children are being crushed, and he picked them up there and put them up on the berm. And the Israeli Defense Forces liaison officer in the main control center with us comes up to the screen that I'm watching, and he says, "Tell your men to get them down." I was like, "We got this under control." I was like, "I know they know what they're doing. No, they're children. Let's calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Get them down now, or I will." Well, there's no IDF on the site, so I didn't take it as much more than just being, bombastic and like, okay, like, hey, we got this. He leaves and goes to his desk in the operations center, and he gets on the radio and he speaks something on the radio. It was in Hebrew. I don't speak Hebrew. One of the contractors that was there was American that did speak Hebrew, and he notifies me. He said, "Hey, he just told the snipers at the IDF position, because the site number 2 is co-located with an Israeli base."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "He just told the snipers to take these kids out." I was like, "On the radio?" He's like, "Yeah."
Jesus. Like, you guys see how little respect for human life, how cheap human life has become due to the constant devaluation in Israel. It's crazy. This is demonic behavior. We can't have children not getting crushed to death in the crowd. We have to shoot them with snipers.
This lieutenant colonel then comes back up and he says, "Get them down." And I look at him and I say, "Did you just call on the radio and tell your men to shoot them?" And he said, "I'm going to take care of this if you don't." I said, "You are not going to shoot. You are not going to shoot children. You're also not going to shoot because if your men miss, you're going to hit others. You're not going to shoot." Thank God we didn't come to the conclusion of figuring out whether he would or not, because the children jumped down and ran off of the site. They didn't want to be there. They were unarmed. They didn't have shoes. One wasn't even wearing a shirt. They were starving. The chief operations officer for Safe Reach Solutions, our higher headquarters, so to speak, in the contract, beckoned me outside with him, and he looked at me in the face and he said, "Never say no to the client." And I asked him, I was like, "I didn't know the client was in there. Who's here? Did Johnny Moore come to visit?"
Right.
And he said, "No, the IDF." I was like, "The IDF are our client?" He said, "Yes, we work for them." A light bulb went off in my head, because up until that point, every day at 11 o'clock, we'd have an operations meeting where the IDF, not Kogat, not the UN, not GHF, the IDF would give us very clear and explicit instructions. This is the site you will deliver to.
Like, we knew this already, but it's still nice to have confirmation from someone who is here.
This is how much aid you will deliver. This is how you will deliver it. This is the time you will deliver it. This is...
Yeah, this is why they're all set up like traps to further, like, the ethnic cleansing campaign. It's because the IDF is directing these camps.
This is...
Who's interviewing him? This is Senator Chris Van Hollen.
How many trucks will go in? They gave us explicit, and we took our marching orders from them. Up until that point, I just thought maybe that was just a process. But then I realized that, oh, according to Safe Reach Solutions, the prime contract, we work for the IDF. Inherently, a combatant, a belligerent in a war. Is Israel at war with Hamas? Absolutely. Are they combatants? Absolutely. Humanitarian aid should not be distributed through a humanitarian assistance mechanism that is controlled by a combatant in a war. It is inherently inhumane. It is inherently un-American. And if Americans knew that, I don't think they'd put up with it.
I think you're right.
God damn, I wish that was correct. God, I wish that was right. God, I wish this country wasn't complicit with this goddamn genocide.
We talked earlier about how you've been involved in many combat situations.
Is this guy this U.S. Army veteran? No, he's not involved in Blackwater. This guy is a former Green Beret who, like, is no longer with the U.S. military, but wanted to do something because he was hearing about all of the starving people in Gaza. So he signed up to help distribute aid in Gaza. He went there to help people. And instead, he just saw children get shot in front of his eyes. He saw, the IDF soldiers giving orders to snipe children. Like, and he's justifiably horrified.
On behalf of the United States. Have you ever seen a situation like you witnessed here in Gaza?
In 25 years of serving in the Army, sir, to include the fight against ISIS, who what I would say is a pretty barbaric enemy, never in 25 years have I witnessed or been a part of what I saw in Gaza. The death, the destruction, the injustice, more so the use of escalation of force against an unarmed population of civilians. None of them were armed. They're starving. They're unarmed. They're women. They're children. They're old men. They're handicapped. They're human beings. Never in my entire military career and everywhere I've been, in situations from low intensity to high intensity, have I ever witnessed the barbaric use of force against an unarmed civilian population. Ever. And I hope I never witness something like that again.
Well, I think your testimony is going to be important to make sure that the American people know what's happening.
Yes, sir.
Know how their tax dollars are being used. And I want to again thank you for your service in the U.S. military.
Yes, sir.
That requires bravery. It also requires courage to come out and talk about something you're witnessing here. Is there anything else that you want to say?
I appreciate your time, sir. I thank you for your service to our country. And as you said, that's my objective in this, is to inform the American people of what the truth is.
Yeah.
I have no agenda in this. I'm not in this for some greater cause. I recently retired from the military. Very happy being a stay-at-home dad and making breakfast for my family and taking my son to a school and being a dad. I have no aims or objective in this other than, one, that the American people know the truth. Two, I swore an oath to this country, and that oath didn't get hung up with my uniform on the 1st of March. The Constitution is founded in values. This is not in line with American values, and Americans need to know that, sir.
They do.
God damn. When we talk about this, we need to understand that this is the situation. That there is an ongoing effort to starve millions of people. And to use that starvation and that rampant death and misery to move those millions of people closer and closer to a border where they can be shipped off to anywhere else on the planet to make way for Israeli settlements. That is the plan. There was a memo released maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, in which Netanyahu had one of his ministers look into ways to do this. And one of the ways in that memo is was to essentially kill enough Palestinians to make accepting parts of the diaspora more palatable to other nations. And I think that's what we're seeing here. You know, you're seeing the mass death is a tool. You know, the starvation is a tool. They're being used deliberately. It's not an accident. It's not poor logistical planning. It is being done deliberately and methodically. The same way their bulldozers are going block by block to knock down buildings, to flatten it all out. And I mean, this is what the Israeli government wants to do. And the media in Israel is complicit with it. The government of the United States is complicit with it. And as much as I would like to say that the Democrats aren't complicit with this, and it's just a byproduct of, you know, conservatives being in power, unfortunately, the Democratic Party has also been, by and large, complicit with it, with a handful of exceptions. And I mean, that's just kind of how it is. It is being perpetrated by Israel, but it is being done with the support of many other centers of power. And until we all collectively are able to apply enough pressure, it is going to continue. Now, thankfully, it appears that some level of pressure is mounting, some level of tide is turned on this conflict, on this genocide. But it is relatively little, and it is incredibly late. I mean, we are only now seeing statements from folks like Alyssa Slotkin talking about how the violence has to end and like we need to actually put pressure, but it only in the vaguest, most hand-waving notion. And this, I cannot stress enough, this could all end with a simple phone call. If Donald Trump or any other person, this also applies to Joe Biden, picked up the phone and called Benjamin Netanyahu and said, enough is enough, you have to stop, this would stop. The UN aid would be allowed in overnight. But that, at least as of now, seems relatively unlikely. Again, I would encourage you guys to share that soldier's testimony far and wide, because I think it's pretty important. So, that being said, fuck. Nah, Mr. Universe, when one side is doing a genocide, it's not equal. It's not a both sides situation. Like if a guy walks up and swings on you and then you beat him until he's like suffering from organ failure, it's not, sorry, that's not the same thing. Like if you continue to beat him after he's unconscious and do like extraordinary brain like it's not the same thing. You're actually the bad guy in that situation. God, and that's an even imperfect breakdown of that. Benny Loco, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciated.
Yeah, the one phone call is a myth spread by Reaganites. The better strategy would be invoking the Leahy Law to cut off Israel's supply of arms.
Yeah, but I also understand that, like, the one phone call comes with the implicit cutoff of arms. It comes with the implicit cutoff of diplomatic aid. It comes with the implicit cutoff of the myriad of different ways Israel benefits from the U.S. relationship, right? Like, it's not even really that big of a stretch. Like, Donald Trump called Benjamin Netanyahu mid airstrike on Iran and they turned the planes around. Like, we have an enormous amount of sway over what Israel decides to do. It's not like that, but I get we don't agree. I'm sorry, how is killing 60,000 people and starving 2 million people to the point where babies are dying at all equivalent to an attack that kills 1,200 people? How is that at all equivalent? Mr. Universe, I want you to elaborate. I want you to elaborate how ethnically cleansing an entire region that is currently home to 2.2 million people is equivalent to that. I want you to explain in detail how shooting children who are coming to you for bread is equivalent. I need you to explain that if you want to remain in this community. So the next thing you post should be your explanation of your argument. What does Israel even do for us? It acts as a gigantic military base. That's it. No, I need you to explain. I need you to explain. I'm sorry. I need you to explain. It's not enough for you to, well, I condemn both. I need you to explain. How is doing an ethnic cleansing and a genocide, starving 2.2 million people, at all equivalent to an attack that kills 1,200 people? I need you to explain that. It is like, I understand, oh, well, I condemn both for doing bad shit. Yeah, I condemn the attack that killed 1,200 people. But I think that it's pretty obvious that the attack that has been ongoing for years and has killed 60,000 people minimum, and has starved children to death, and has shot children seeking food, faces still wet with tears of gratitude to the people who handed them food. I want you to explain to me how this is at all equivalent. Because I can understand saying, hey, an attack that kills 1,200 is bad. An ongoing massacre and genocide is also bad. But you're acting like they're equally bad, and they're just not. If you get a paper cut and you get your arm blown off, those are not two equivalent things. Can we just have another military base somewhere else and actually have good diplomatic relations with that country? In theory, yes. Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way, has already straight up said that releasing the hostages wouldn't end the war, wouldn't end their current military operations. So again, the idea that like that would be it is just not it. The Palestinians could not have had a functional country by now because Israel has never wanted Palestine to be a functional country. There has never been a period during which Israel wanted Palestine to be a functional country. Not once. Not ever. God. Like, you guys realize, right, that like the Israeli settler colonial movement has been for years building settlements illegally on Palestinian land, right? Like, there is land that is internationally recognized as Palestinian land, and despite that, Israeli settler colonial people have been building settlements. You can actually take a look at the map here. It's really obvious in the West Bank. Here. So this is an area called the West Bank, right? There's an area called the West Bank. All of the areas in yellow are what are called Area C, right? Area C is administered by the Israeli military. In every section here, Israeli military law is the law of the land, which is a different type of law compared to Israeli civilian law. And also, it effectively means there's no real police force here outside of the Israeli military. Now, over the years, Israelis have come into this land and built settlements. Those settlements are then protected by the IDF within land that is internationally recognized as Palestinian land. So if you are a Palestinian and an Israeli settler wants your land, they simply show up with guns, harass you, maybe kill you, until you leave. And suddenly your land is their land. Recently, the Israeli government voted to change how land ownership works in the West Bank. And now, officially, any Palestinian who has their land ownership documents from the time when Jordan administered this area, well, turns out those land ownership documents no longer apply. So just anyone can lay claim to land that is Palestinian now. All you got to do is get a document from the Israeli government. It's yours now. And the IDF will enforce that ownership. Effectively, Palestinians in the West Bank do not have rights. They do not have legal rights to their land anymore. The IDF can seize their land, and it can then be taken by Israelis. It is deeply fucked up. So I just want to point out here, the power dynamics are not equal whatsoever. The power dynamics are not equal, and the land that, well, if the Palestinians wanted a usable state, they could have one by now. No, because there's an entire colonial movement dedicated to forcing them off their land. That's the entire premise and purpose of the escalating laws and legislation against Palestinians in these areas. The entire purpose of annexing this territory. I even agree with you on the settler shit. Okay, then you should be able to acknowledge that a massacre of 1,200 people does not necessitate the killing of 2.2 million. That's like saying the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising justified killing the Jews during the Holocaust. That's insane. Yeah, of course. If you try and fight back or try and protest too hard against being forced off your land, they'll just kill you. Hell, sometimes they'll do worse. Like if you protest too vocally, if you get caught by the wrong IDF soldier, you get spirited away to one of their torture dungeons where they rape you incessantly and dehumanize you and do all manner of tortures. It's crazy. But that is what happens. Yeah, and it's all part of the greater greater Israel project, and they want to seize parts of Lebanon, Jordan. It's nuts. I mean, Mr. Universe, there's an easy way to do this, and that is by installing UN troops. UN peacekeeping troops could easily fill that role. Like, if you're worried about bad actors taking advantage of this, and the UN peacekeepers have their own issues, but like, you can at least guarantee that there's some oversight of those forces in the UN. Short of stopping weapons shipments to Israel, how will we influence them to stop the settlement issue if they're bribing our politicians? Well, one, we get better politicians. Two, we stop shipping weapons to Israel. And three, we either apply international pressure to end the settlements, or, and this is a more likely outcome, just acknowledge, hey, Israel, you're not doing a military occupation anymore. You've effectively annexed this. This is it. We are now in the one state solution territory, and in that territory you have to give equal rights to Palestinians. The reason Israel does not give Palestinians equal rights and does not annex this land officially is because they do not want to change the demographics of the voting electorate in Israel. Because if they did, it would kind of ruin their whole entire electoral system. It would skew it in favor of, well, Palestinians. And that is just completely unacceptable to the groups of people who are constantly talking about Palestinians being animals. So it is, yeah, there is a lot that needs to be done. But I think if we acknowledge that the power that is effectively acting right now is Israel, then we effectively have a one-state solution. I've always been in favor of a two-state solution myself, but if need be, then there needs to be, at the very least, freedom for Palestinians. There needs to be equal rights. And not in like some abstract, like, oh, equal rights on paper. No, like actually enforced equal rights. They tried that in 93, but the Palestinians didn't want to build their own state. Wrong. Actually, wrong. Benjamin Netanyahu has been helping and funding the most radical elements of Palestinian society for decades. One of his proudest moments was undermining the Oslo Accords. One of the top accomplishments he has listed is aiding Hamas in its coming into power so that it can undermine any hope of the two-state solution. He has been predominantly an actor behind the entire instability you are referencing when you look at the Palestinian statehood as an issue. Benjamin Netanyahu for decades has been working to undermine that. Y'all, ACAB includes like ACAB is fine. Yeah, the Palestinians elected Hamas as their government in 2006. What happened prior to that? What happened prior to that? Like, I'm sorry. But like I think maybe you should know a little bit more what you're talking about. This is the Times of Israel, by the way. Back in 2023, Netanyahu propped up Hamas for years. Now it's blown up in our faces. Benjamin Netanyahu has a very long history of supporting Hamas. Specifically supporting Hamas over less extremist options. There's a reason why nonviolent protesters and political movements in Gaza had their leadership assassinated. But even if you're talking about 2006, Paul Hammond actually makes a really good point in YouTube chat, which is that 2006 was 20 years ago. And the vast majority of Gaza's population is under the age of 18. So you kind of have to contend with the fact that most of the people, most of the civilians in Gaza are children. Well, maybe the children are secret Hamas supporters. You'd have to interrogate each and every one. Maybe those tears that Gazan boy who got shot leaving an aid distribution site had on his face. Maybe they were laced with poison. Maybe he had it coming. God. Actually, Bitsalem put out a really good graphic that is better at explaining the different areas within the West Bank. You've got Area A, Palestinian Authority control, Area B, Israeli security control and Palestinian civilian control, and then you have Area C, which is full Israeli control of security, Israeli civilian control of land issues, restricted Palestinian building and development, settlement expansion, vast exploitation of natural resources to Israeli advantage, population of 180,000 Palestinians, and then a population of 325,000 Israeli settlers. I'm sorry. This makes it very clear how the different enclaves of Palestinians within the West Bank have been systematically isolated and denied sovereignty or control of any kind. The idea that like this is, oh man, if only the Palestinian Authority had been more peaceful. If only they'd been more peaceful and complicit. This is what the more peaceful option, the more peaceful and complicit option led to. A slow grind where their world gets smaller and smaller. Also a good point for Lauren 79. Even when Hamas won the election, it was by 44% of the vote. Not even the majority of people. People still making both sides arguments in 2025. Yeah, some people just want to say, some people just can't say genocide is bad. Some people just can't look at a genocide where like children are starving to death and say, hey, There is nothing conceivable in the history of mankind that could justify this. I'm sorry. The same way I look at the Holocaust and say, hey, there is nothing conceivable, no conceivable argument that you could make that would justify the Holocaust to me. The same way I look at this and I say, there is no conceivable argument you can make that would justify starving 2.2 million people to death in an attempt to kill them outright. You cannot justify the mass destruction, death, and suffering and torture being inflicted on millions of people right now. There's nothing you can do. There is no argument you have that can possibly justify that. Yes, I'm aware that the West Bank isn't governed by Hamas. I'm aware. I was using that to make a point. Honestly, there is no way to justify any genocide. You can't do it. It is an unjustifiable crime. It is only justified by sick minds that have bought into fascist propaganda. Yeah, I mean, exactly, Punky Gal. Genocide is never justifiable, and the only I firmly believe that there is an association between fascism and genocide, insofar as fascism embraces anti-intellectualism, it embraces anti-empiricism, and disconnects people from reality. And you need to be in a certain level of unreality to be able to fully commit to a level of hatred that allows you to dehumanize an entire group of people to the point where you are either allowing or actively participating in their elimination. What do we do with the Palestinians now? Do we take them to be distributed? What do we do with the Palestinians? You leave them the fuck alone. You withdraw the Israeli military. You bring in international humanitarian aid groups. You rebuild. Give them their goddamn land back. And then you allow them to have some goddamn elections. You give them voting rights, you give them elections, you give them food, you build them shelter and infrastructure, and then you leave them the fuck alone. And you actually enforce some kind of peace between these nations. You do not simply allow Israel to continue doing its meddling bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, like the United States helped to rebuild the entirety of Europe after World War II. The idea that, like, oh man, it's just impossible to rebuild Gaza. God. Under no circumstances should, like, the people who perpetrated a genocide be rewarded with Palestinian land for it. Like, I'm not, at this point, I'm not particularly concerned if, like, we get a 2-state solution or a 1-state solution, but either way, we need equal voting rights. We need an actual goddamn election. And the Palestinians need to be able to remain on their land. Okay, I've been going for about 6 hours now, guys, and I'm going to be honest, this conversation is making me want to bash my brains in with a hammer, so I'm going to stop, and I'm going to go sleep or something. If you've enjoyed the stream, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. Consider dropping those subs and donos, and I don't know, do something that makes you smile for a little bit. Good night, folks.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from emancipation, your people will be free.
Good night, everybody.